Commissioners who are on Zoom, if you can't hear us, please just interrupt me to make sure that that you can hear us at any moment. Or you can raise your hand and let Missy Brown know that you're having an issue with hearing us today. All right, so we're going to move on to item number 2, which is the approval of the agenda. I do want to acknowledge there is a typo that should be corrected on 4.B. It should say presentation of case against revocation, including presentation of witnesses and any cross-examination of PEC witnesses. So I would like to make a motion to make that correction.
This is the reporter unable to hear the proceedings.
Oh, so she did. So Cindy did not hear the opening. Okay. All right.
Chair Brower, I did not hear you open the meeting. I heard you ask Commissioner Armijo to take roll. That was the first thing I heard.
So I'm going to go ahead and do take 2. So I'm going to call this meeting to order. It's 9:05. Ms. Armijo, can you go ahead and take roll call, please?
Yes. Chair Brower.
Yes.
Vice Chair Burt.
Here.
Secretary Armijo's here. Commissioner Ingham.
Here.
Commissioner Klasha-Shillage. Commissioner Gibson.
Here.
Commissioner Manus.
I'm here.
Commissioner Beck. Commissioner Taylor.
Here.
And Commissioner Carrillo.
Here.
We have a quorum of 8. Commissioner Klasha-Shillage and Commissioner Beck are not present. Did you hear me, Cindy?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
See. Okay. Melissa, make sure it sounds like Commissioner Klasha-Shillage is with us as well. So we're 9 are present.
Thank you. I will record it correctly.
And can you, Commissioner, can you say present for us, please, so we have that on the record?
This is Sharon Klasha-Shillage. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I've been on since we started and I keep getting cut off. So I don't know what's going on.
Okay, thank you. Just let us know if you lose us again,
Okay.
just to make sure that we can figure that out.
All right, thank
Great.
you.
We have 9 of our commissioners present.
Mhm.
All right, so we're going to move on. We already did the pledge and the salute. So if we all feel comfortable with that, we're going to go with the first take on that. And we're going to go back to item number 2, the approval of minutes. So there is a typo on 4.B. It should read presentation of case against revocation, including presentation of witnesses and any cross-examination of PEC witnesses. So I'd like to make a motion to make that correction on the agenda today.
Second.
Great. Any discussion? Great. Can we go ahead and do a roll call, Commissioner Armijo?
Yes. Vice Chair Burt.
Yes.
Secretary Armijo votes yes. Commissioner Ingham.
Yes.
Commissioner Klasha-Shillage.
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson.
Yes.
Commissioner Manus.
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
Commissioner Carrillo.
Yes.
And Chair Brower.
Yes.
That passes 9-0.
All right. So let's go ahead and move into approving the agenda as well. Can I get a motion? Unless there's any other items that we want to have any other amendments to. Did we just? I feel like we did that too. So yeah, never mind. I think that we're good on approving the agenda. Yeah. Great. Thank you, Commissioner. All right. So so I am going to be reading some information here as well, just so that I'm sharing all the information that we have today. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. And so the council presenting the case for the PEC will go first, and the council for the school will go second. Do any commissioners have any other comment prior to moving on to the agenda?
Yes, sir. Yes, Chair Brower.
Commissioner Carrillo.
And I want to make sure, because I'm turning this way to read this, a statement. I want to make sure Cindy's able to hear me. Cindy, are you able to hear me? Okay,
Yes, sir.
terrific. Okay, wanting to read this into the record before we get started. Chair Brower, commissioners, and guests, prior to consideration of the agenda item on revocation for La Tierra Montessori School for the Arts and Sciences, I wanted to put a statement on the record. Based on the publicity in the news regarding the school and the fact that I was mentioned in some of the articles, I have reviewed the PEC rules of procedure on recusal and will not be recusing myself at the hearing or in the discussion and possible action following the hearing. I have not made up my mind on the issue. I will be listening and asking questions during the hearing as I always do. I will then discuss, listen, and vote on the next agenda item. Even though I've listened to constituents over the past months and heard from many of them via email, I can still take action, the action required of me as a commissioner, and believe that there is and has been no undue influence or an appearance of undue influence. And also into the record, I'd like to read the PEC procedure on this matter, and it's in section J, action by the commission voting, recusal and abstention. A commissioner shall, before the consideration of any agenda item, disclose whether he or she has any financial interest in that agenda item and whether there are any facts which could give rise to undue influence or an appearance of undue influence as considered under the Government Conduct Act, Gift Act, or Procurement Code with respect to that agenda item. A commissioner shall recuse himself or herself or themselves from the discussion, consideration, and voting on any issue in which he, she, or they has or have a financial interest, a conflict of interest, the appearance of a conflict of interest, undue influence, or the appearance of undue influence. And B, in the event that a commissioner who has disclosed a financial interest or a conflict of interest or undue influence or the appearance of one does not recuse himself, herself, or themselves, the commission may, by a vote of the majority of members present, require the commissioner making the disclosure to recuse himself, herself, or themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Carrillo. Any other comments from the commission? Seeing none, we're going to move on to public forum. I wanted to confirm with council that any public comment received on La Tierra Montessori School for the Arts and Sciences this morning will be made a part of the record on the revocation hearing. Mr. Winger and Mr. Zamora, do you have any objection?
I have no objection. No objections, Chair Brower.
Great.
If I may make one comment on Commissioner Carrillo's disclosure, I would just ask.
This is the reporter. I do not know who is speaking and I cannot hear them.
Okay, this is Gino Zamora, counsel for the school.
Thank you.
In response to Commissioner Carrillo's disclosure that he has received emails prior to today's hearing, I would just ask for a reminder from the chair that the decision is to be made based on the evidence presented at the hearing and not prior to the hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Zamora. We will now move, we will now hear from those who signed up.
This is the reporter cannot hear Chair Brower.
Ms. Chapman, we're just, it looks like we need to move a microphone for some folks here.
Okay, good. I was just hoping things hadn't dropped out. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
Test, test. Everybody hear me?
Cindy,
Test,
could you hear
test.
that?
Cindy, did you hear those tests?
Yes, I could. Thank you. I couldn't just, I think I just heard Mr. Zamora. I didn't hear.
Mr. Winger, can you go ahead and do that again real quick?
Test, test. This is Nathan Winger.
Thank you. I can hear you.
Great.
All right, wonderful. We will now hear from those who signed up for public forum. Each person will have 2 minutes to speak, should identify themselves, spell your name for the record, and identify the purpose of your comment. We do not accept any documentation at public forum. And so, PED staff, you can let the first person in. And as we move forward, please don't take offense if I cut you off. We do want to just respect the 2-minute time. And so you'll probably hear some music or a ringtone. And I'll also likely step in if you're going over your time. Thank you.
Our first speaker is Ginger Juarez.
Hello, as she said, my name is Ginger Juarez, spelled just like the spice and the town. I am here to speak on behalf of my daughter, who is a kindergartner at La Tierra. We had heard great things about the school, and I can see that it once was great. As of now, they are basically just babysitters, and that's sad because my daughter and her classmates deserve a whole lot more and better. And we have had absolutely no help from the general counsel as of now. They have in no way worked with us. As a group of parents, we have done everything we possibly can. And we're now at our wit's end, and we feel like this is no longer a good place for anyone's child. Thank you and have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Ms. Juarez.
Our next public speaker is Melissa Salazar.
Hello, my name is Melissa Salazar, Melissa, last name Salazar. I'm here today as our final stage, representing some parents at La Tierra Montessori School. My son is in 4th grade and is 10 years old. This was our first year at La Tierra, and like Ms. Juarez, we had heard great things about the school and had expected a very different year. I think La Tierra hasn't been a perfect model of education, but many of its problems are reflecting systemic problems, nationwide, statewide. But for the last 10 years that it was open, I think there was something different than what happened this year. And I think the difference is they had a governing council and that worked with parents and administrators that worked with parents. And I think this year, the big switch is that parents were shoved to the side, told they were complainers, and were not included in any meaningful dialogue whatsoever about Montessori. Parents and teachers are both there, and they are the heart of the school, the soul of the school, and they were there for Montessori. All of us, Anglo, Hispanic, and Native parents were here because our kids were not thriving in public education that was traditional, that was worksheet-based, that had no children involved in decision-making. And what was thriving about La Tierra was its Montessori model. When the governing council decided to pull away from Montessori model, claiming that they couldn't staff it that way, that they wanted to change charter with no provocation from teachers and parents, that's when it fell apart. And I think that's why we're here today. So we parents are now going to gather ourselves and start a new public Montessori. We want Espanola to have a public Montessori. There's obviously the desire for it. There have been over 100 kids enrolled in this school for the past decade. So our valley needs this. Whatever happens today, we are not willing to continue to wait for this governing council to figure out what they're doing and listen to us. We have tried every way possible to work with them. We have sent them letters. We have asked for immediated meetings. We have waited for them to come to the table,
Salazar.
stretched olive branches out, and we're tired. So we're done. Whatever happens today, we will be moving on, and you'll probably be seeing a charter from us within the next year, an application to reboot the school.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Andre Juarez.
Hello, my name is Andres Juarez, spelled A-N-D-R-E-Z, last name J-U-A-R-E-Z. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. I am the parent of Vel Juarez, who is attending kindergarten at what once was La Tierra Montessori School. I would like to begin my remarks by thanking the teachers, with the exception of the head learner, who have persevered under great duress despite the odds that were aligned against you. You have showed great courage. You did your jobs. You protected our greatest treasures, our children, from the malevolent forces arrayed against you. You have earned my deepest gratitude and my greatest respect. To the governing council, you have obfuscated the truth, committed sins of omission, and moved the goalposts whenever your interests were threatened. But worse than that, you have waged an unrelenting war against the most vulnerable population, our children, without remorse. For that alone, you deserve no forgiveness. For these reasons and many more, too many more to name in the time allotted, I respectfully request that the PEC revoke the charter and ensure that none of these individuals ever sit on a governing board that oversees education of children. Finally, to the parents who first took up this immense burden, Ben, Melissa, Gary, Prairie, you were our light of hope in the darkness of despair when we were threatened to being overwhelmed by that sadness. Character is not defined by what we do in the light of day, but instead what we do in the darkness when no one is watching. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Juarez.
Our next speaker is Delisha Gordon-Brown.
Thank you, Chair Brower, Commissioners, Director Chavez, and all of PED. My name is Delisha Gordon-Brown, DELISHA Gordon like the color. I am the current secretary for the La Tierra Montessori School of the Arts Governing Council. I was voted on to the Governing Council in January of 2022, prior to me even moving back to the Valley. I joined this council because this wasn't an opportunity for me 25 years ago, and I've spoke about it before. This school, while I don't have children invested in this school, means a lot to me. I have family that have gone on from this school. If this opportunity did not exist in this valley, if it existed 25 years ago, I may have never left. I think it's important to keep this opportunity, this school, available for our students now. It's kind of disheartening. I have talking points, but it's disheartening hearing previous comments because I was just on the phone yesterday with some of the parents and the day before yesterday with some of the parents. And to say that this governing council isn't listening to them, it's just false. Anyway, I just ask you and I urge you to listen to the evidence that is presented today by our council, by Mr. Zamora. We have a potential for a new start with a new head learner, and what is included in that comes with a performance evaluation and review, which was something that was denied to us last year by our previous head learner. We can move forward with a position and a contract with the head learner the way this governing council and the school deserves to have. We need to do this review. That will be done. We'll get it moving forward. In the meantime, our head learner, we have so much faith in her. She's done so many great things. She continues to put the students at the forefront of everything and every day. So we just urge you to listen to the evidence. It's there. We can move forward. Stop the emotional issues from the past and move forward and give us an opportunity. I, as a secretary, have had conversations with the parents about how I have plans to move this governing council forward. So just give us the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gordon Brown.
Our next speaker is Ms. Willie Williams.
Ms. Willie Williams, it's your turn to share. If you can take yourself off of mute, please.
They won't let me unmute.
Go ahead, we can hear you now.
All right, good morning, good morning. First of all, thank you, PEC, for all you do and all you have done. The truth matters. Lies have consequences. They knew. I would
Williams,
like to stop.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but could you go ahead and spell your name for the
Yes, I am.
for the
This is
recorder,
what
please?
my name. I am the former president of La Tierra Montessori School 2122. My name is Willie Williams, W-I-L-L-I-E, W-I-L-L-I-A-M-S. I was the first Black school board president to put together the most diverse board in in the history of Northern New Mexico. That board went rogue. That board on June 30th refused to renew the contract without any plans. They started with meeting in the community with community members offering contracts, firing and hiring without my knowledge or my approval. They dropped financial files into the public, 8 files, the school files. They were breached. The financial files, the personnel files, the student files, the contract files were all dumped into the community, to the governing council. Then I trained them. I had a board retreat, which Missy Brown presented. We had a PowerPoint put together for them for the mission-specific goals, the charter renewal, procurement. All of that was on the back table. They never picked it up. Then they were out here just doing what they want. They went rogue. They compromised those files. They compromised everything. They did not listen to the parents. And then when I told them, they removed me as president. This board caused this problem. The 3 members of this board who violated Open Meetings Act because Ms. Chavez brought us in. Missy Brown told us. Patty Matthews, that's why she's not here. She was at a loss. They knew. And all I can say is, what about the children? And all I ask is that you ask yourself, like I asked myself, did I do everything legally, morally, educationally, emotionally advantageous for the family, schools, and staff of La Tierra Montessori School? I will be available for questions if anybody want to know. Thank
you, Ms. Williams.
Our next speaker is Mateo with the name that I cannot pronounce. Pacino, thank you.
Mr. Pacino, go ahead. Mateo, I see you're off mute, but we don't hear you. Maybe check your mic. We still don't hear you. Maybe you can log back in. And Missy, maybe we'll just go to somebody else and see if Mateo, if you can hear me, just go ahead and log back in and out. Or out and in, sorry.
Our next speaker is John Mizik.
That's Misko. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Misko.
Thank you. Hi, my name is John Misko, JohnMyszko. My daughter is Zoe, and Zoe has been going to La Tierra for 6 years now, and 5 of them have been wonderful, and our family counts it as a great blessing that this community has had such a wonderful place for children who couldn't quite go for various reasons to the other public schools in town. It is a precious gem that we cherish, and our teachers in the past and currently have been wonderful. And what has happened in the last year has been a great disconnect between the communication that happens so well between parents, the governing council, and leadership of the school. That just completely dissolved. The current governing council, led by Mr. Isaac Casados, has not included the parents and not been interested in dialogue, but basically just snubbed us off. We recalled Mr. Casados, and he basically didn't listen to that, threw it aside. And now we're here in this situation where a great treasure is going to be taken away from the children and families of this community for reasons that I believe could have been fixed had capable people had the chance to address the issues. Instead, us parents have been sitting back, pulling our hair out, watching our school dissolve while we wanted to do something. We wanted to be included. We have professionals that could have helped, but we were not allowed to. The governing council, I hold them responsible. And I find it ironic that Mr. Casados has said he was intent on protecting the legacy of Mr. Roger Montoya, who created this beautiful school, when he, in fact, has been the one in my mind and the parents' minds of the school who has dissolved it, who has destroyed it. And I think going forward, we can resolve these issues if we're given a chance. So I ask, please allow the people, the kids, the children, the families to have a chance to address these problems. They are not that big from what I understand, and allow this community to keep, this very underserved community, to keep this precious school open. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Misko.
Our next speaker is Matteo Pacino.
Yes, good morning, commissioners. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, sir.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. My name is Matteo, M-A-T-E-O, Peixinho, P-E-I-X-I-N-H-O, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak. I have to concur with all the other parents and perhaps take a moment to explain to Secretary Delisha that a few phone calls with parents trying to sort things out is not what we have been requesting since last November. This recent attempt where, Liz Guillen, an attorney that has worked for educational advocacy for years, we asked for meetings. How can we help? Please allow us to be a part of the solution. And you all didn't even respond. It's just too much, and it's heartbreaking. I first contacted the president of the governing council back in October to see if I could help salvage the field trip for the 7th and 8th graders, which is a huge part of Montessori curriculum. They had raised money. They were trying to go to the Model UN in New York. It was a big plans, and my son was so happy. We had a librarian. STEM was really happening, and it's just deteriorated since then. November was horrible. We never got anywhere, and it's just been excruciating to watch this process. I've had kids in the school for over 10 years, and now my 8th grader refuses to enter the building. He's been bullied by this principal. She's not a head learner. She's come straight from Carlos Vigil, and her way of dealing with teachers since November has proven to be disastrous. My son's education, and I want the governing council to hear this, because Roger Montoya wanted me to pull him from school way back when I first started trying to help the school improve. He said, get Kaleo out of there, get him to the education he deserves. And that's not what we do. But now my son refuses to go. He's depressed. He's volunteering at the homeless shelter. He helps cook at the Sikh temple. He's doing homeschooling. He's enrolled in the homeschool school
Go ahead and
program.
wrap up, please. Thank you.
Yes, and I'm just devastated and ask if there's any way to allow this group to take over the school, as other parents said. Please help us find it. Thank you.
Excuse me, our next speaker is Benjamin Pierce.
Mr. Pierce, go ahead. You're on. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. My name is Benjamin Pierce, BenjaminPearce, and it's been thank you for your time, honored commissioners, yet again. This has been a very troublesome year with the school, and we've had some great accomplishments by the teachers. We've had teachers win awards and bring the students into coming high place in robotics competitions that they've never been a part of before. However, my comment for this meeting, I'm going to keep it very short and brief. The council for the school and the governing council had asked that if anybody has anything negative to say about the school or how it's being run, not to make a statement. So I'm not making a statement. Thank you very much, honored commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce. Cindy, did you get that did you get that information from the last speaker?
I did not. It was pretty garbled. I got some of it, not all of it.
You know, maybe we can bring Mr. Pierce back in if he's still on the. Mr. Pierce, if you hear me, don't jump off yet. Mr. Pierce, if you can hear me, you were garbled, and if you could get closer to your phone or to your device, please, so we can hear you.
My name is Benjamin Pierce, BenjaMin, Pierce, PEARCE. And the teachers and students have had some great accomplishments this year. We've had teachers winning awards from national organizations.
Mr. Pierce, sorry, sir, we can barely hear you. It sounds like you have something else in the background that we're getting an echo on.
Oh.
Mr. Pierce, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I apologize. I've been
That's much better. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I'm not going to spell my name again because I figured that probably made it into the record. Benjamin Pierce. Some of the teachers have won awards from national organizations.
Something just changed on your end, sir. Like we were hearing you very clear, but now we don't hear you anymore.
7 years for the very first time. However, thinking to the last meetings and last comments, at the last governing council meeting, the council members and their attorney had asked that if anybody doesn't have anything positive to say not to say anything. So I'm choosing not to say anything. Thank you very much for your time on commissioners.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Forrest Verde Dudek.
Good morning, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Forrest Verde Dudek. That's Forrest Verde Dudek. Thank you again for allowing me to speak on La Tierra and the issues that we've faced as parents and students and teachers.
Thank you for calling Civil Engineering. We will be with you in 1 moment.
You go ahead and mute.
That's not me.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm really disappointed. My family is
Forrest, we don't hear you anymore.
not the same school that he went to this year. This year has just been a complete disaster. My 7-year-old was assaulted by a staff member, and the way that this governing council pushed it under the rug and tried to downplay the incident was disappointing. Bringing this issue to them over and over again, trying to get some kind of resolution was just the tip of the iceberg of what looks like actual malice in the way that this school has been led by this governing council, and especially Isaac Casados. And the way that the teacher firing of Mr. Crane was handled when he spoke out about my son's assault. I think this needs to be investigated further. There's something else going on at La Tierra that just seems too malicious to be chalked up as ignorance and a lack of knowledge about how to run a school. It seems like there is actual malicious intent, malfeasance with this governing council, and it's with a heavy heart that I say this isn't the same school that my children deserve in this valley, that the students of Espanola Valley deserve. And maybe it should close, because we need a school that is beautiful and thriving. And under this leadership, this school has been nothing but a disaster and a dangerous place for students and for teachers and for their careers. I'm really disappointed, and I cannot believe that the governing council is changing their own bylaws they're not even following the laws as written. Thank you. I do appreciate it.
Our
I'm not-
final speaker is Prairie Lanier.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, great. Okay, thank you, commissioners, for allowing me to speak. And I just want to quickly say thank you to each and every one of you for the really tough jobs. I believe they're volunteer jobs that you all have for the state of New Mexico.
Sorry, can you go ahead and spell your name, please, for the record?
Oh, yeah, sure. It's PrairieBoulmier. Got it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. So I just want to say that, for me, I spent about 7 years working on writing the original charter of La Tierra, and it was made very clear to us applicants that, we would lose our ability to have any influence over the school once the charter was approved and it became a part of the state of New Mexico Education Department. And 11 years ago, when we got our approval, or 12, you know, the governing council made a decision to pull away resources for Montessori training for the board, for staff, for ancillary staff. And I knew at that time that the right thing for me to do was to walk away. It was a democratic decision on the part of the governing council. So I'm not surprised to be here now with the school failing to implement a full Montessori program. I just wish it hadn't taken 10 years. And I do know, and I deeply appreciate the efforts that have gone on in the past couple of years, especially when it seemed like there was finally a Montessori person and things were finally turning around. But that day is over. And all of the allegations and all the fighting and everything else really doesn't matter in terms of what's best for the children. I don't believe, as you've all stated, that this governing council is capable of running a charter school or a Montessori school. And what I'm hearing from
Thank you, ma'am.
parents,
Go ahead and wrap it up, please.
okay, the school is not safe now. I asked the PEC to find a way to close the school as soon as possible before something terrible happens. All the signs are there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Missy, was that the last person? All right. I'm going to read for a little bit here just to set up the process for today's proceedings. This hearing came to order at 9:05 a.m. on Thursday, April 20th, 2003. I apologize. I'm also on item number 4 of our agenda. This hearing is being held in Mabry Hall at the Public Education Department in Santa Fe, New Mexico. I am Commissioner Alan Brower, and I will serve as the presiding officer for this hearing. The Public Education Commission Attorney Julia Barnes, to my stage left, will advise me in this matter. Will the parties please state their appearance for the record? Put your mark. Yeah.
I'm going to get this by the end of the day, I promise. How's that? Good morning, everyone. Mr. Chairperson, thank you. My name is Nathan Winger, and I'm appearing on behalf of the PEC this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Brower, Commissioners. My name is Gino Zamora. I am at table with me is Megan Munoz, Associate Attorney. We're with Ortiz and Zamora Law Firm representing La Tierra Montessori School for the Arts and Sciences. Thank you.
Thank you. And counsel, if it's more comfortable for you or easier to stay seated, that's fine. If you do want to stand up too, that's fine too. Just make sure that you bring the mic closer to you so that the recording can happen. The purpose of this hearing is to hold a hearing regarding a possible revocation or other possible action under the intervention ladder related to La Tierra Montessori School for the Arts and Sciences. We will conduct a full and fair hearing. Following the hearing, the Public Education Commission will move to the next agenda item, which is to consider whether or not to revoke the charter contract of La Tierra Montessori School for the Arts and Sciences, or to take other action under the intervention ladder. La Tierra Montessori School for the Arts and Sciences has the right to appeal a revocation decision to the Secretary of the New Mexico Public Education Department pursuant to NMSA 1978, Section 22-8B-12N of the Charter Schools Act. I'm now going to go through a couple different items just to set the table today for us. I'm going to discuss the stipulations of the parties, the evidence process, the sequence of hearing, and then we're going to get into the hearing. So the stipulation of the parties. The parties have met and agreed to stipulate to the documents to be presented and considered in this case. I appreciate counsel working together to allow the hearing to be efficient and still effectively present their cases. I have accepted the stipulations and all documents that are in the revocation hearing Google Drive are entered into the record for this hearing at this time without further foundation. I further understand that because of the stipulations, the parties have also further agreed to limit the witnesses that they will present in this case. I accept the agreement of the parties and will not require witness testimony unless counsel determines that a witness should be called, and will allow the parties to rely on and discuss the documentation in the record without requiring witnesses. Counsel and commissioners may question any witness that is called. Commissioners may also ask questions of counsel with regard to their presentation of arguments during the hearing. The commissioners will not question witnesses or counsel after the close of the hearing. Evidence. The New Mexico Public Education Commission is not bound by formal rules of evidence. While hearsay may be introduced and may be contained in the stipulations, the commissioners may give hearsay its due weight. With regard to witness testimony, I will exclude any witness testimony that is incompetent, irrelevant, immaterial, unduly repetitious, or otherwise unreliable, or of little probative value. Any exception to an objection overruled by me shall be automatic and is not waived by further participation in the hearing. A complete record shall be made of all evidence received during the course of this hearing. Testimony at this hearing shall be taken under oath and shall be recorded. Please be sure to speak clearly, as the recording will not pick up nods, gestures, or mumbled answers. Please clearly identify any references to the record by the name of the document and the page you are referring to. We may take a break as needed for the court reporter. I'm going to move on to the sequence of hearing. It is our intention to hold a thorough, fair, and impartial hearing. The hearing shall proceed in the following manner. 1, each party may provide brief opening and closing statements that are not counted against the time limits allotted. 2, following the opening argument, each party will be given 1 hour to present its case in total. Mr. Winger will present the arguments and witnesses for the commission first. Mr. Zamora and his counsel for the school will then follow. The 1 hour time limit will include presentation, argument, and questioning of cross-examination of witnesses. The time provided to each party will not include questions by commissioners, of witnesses, or of counsel. Each party shall be permitted to call and examine witnesses and refer to exhibits already in the record, as well as cross-examine witnesses. The cross-examination of witnesses shall be limited to the scope of the direct testimony offered. 4, redirect and re-cross-examination of witnesses is not permitted. 5, after each party has examined a witness, the commissioners may ask questions of the witnesses within the scope of the testimony given or evidence in the record reference to the record. The time will stop during commissioner questioning. No party shall be allowed to examine a witness after the commissioners have finished questioning the witness. 6, each party shall be permitted to present closing arguments. Mr. Winger will go first, followed by Mr. Zamora for the school. 7, the hearing record shall be closed after closing arguments by counsel. All right. We're going to section 5, which is the hearing. And so, Mr. Winger, you may proceed with your opening statement, and then Mr. Zamora, you'll have the chance to do your opening statement. Are we good to keep on moving forward, or does the commission would like, let's take a 5-minute break before we jump in. Cindy, I'm sure your hands would like a rest as well after what I just read. So let's take 5 minutes. Let's come back at, let's come back at 10 o'clock.
Chair Brower, this is the reporter. I can't hear anything yet.
You know, Cindy, we're taking care of an IT problem, and I'll give you I'll make it very clear when we're starting.
Great, just a PTSD issue.
Thank you. All right, now I mean it for reals this time. We're gonna come back together. It's 10:04. Cindy, I just want to do a quick mic check. Do you hear us?
I do hear you, thank you.
All right, wonderful. Well, we're gonna pick up where we left off with the actual hearing. Mr. Winger, you may proceed with your opening statement.
Thank you and good morning. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and Council, members of the public. I'm here today on behalf of the PEC and will present evidence and argument for your consideration of the proposed revocation of La Tierra Montessori School's charter. This is a rather unique situation. As you are aware, there is a stipulation between the PEC and La Tierra as to the exhibits and witness testimony that will be presented today. This means that as far as this case, I will be presenting for revocation, you will hear from a single witness, Larry Vigil of Palms and Associates. As for the rest of the exhibits and witness statements you will hear discussed today, the parties have stipulated to the admission of each side's exhibits. Generally, we would have to lay a foundation and develop a need to introduce each document we would seek to present to the commission. However, in the interests of time and efficient use of resources, and limited to this hearing only, the exhibits and materials that you are going to hear presented today have been agreed to by each side. However, whatever weight you decide to give to any specific document or to an entire side's document as a whole is up to you as the decision makers in this hearing. What you will hear from the lawyers as we present our respective positions is the argument of counsel. The evidence itself is the materials before you and the witness testimony you will hear today. What I will talk about today and what you will consider at the conclusion of this hearing are documents and witness testimony concerning long-term safety concerns, which have been ongoing for a long time regarding La Tierra. You're going to hear about fiscal management issues, which have also been long-term considerations and problems for La Tierra. You're going to hear about parent and employee complaints. And you've already started to hear part of those from the public forum that was held earlier today. In addition, there's academic concerns and a general failure by the school to abide by its contract with the PEC. This matter is before you, commissioners, today and falls within your discretion as a commission. The facts are going to be before you. I don't think that there's any disagreement at all today, or if there is, it's very little between myself and Mr. Zamora as to what has occurred over the last at least 6 months. What it is up to you as commissioners is to decide what you want to do with those facts and how you choose to act in this instance. I look forward to presenting my case, and I would now pass to Mr. Zamora for any opening he may have.
Thank you, Mr. Winger. Mr. Zamora, your opening statements.
Thank you, Chair Brower. Thank you, Commissioners. And thank you, PEC Council Winger. What Mr. Winger stated is correct. That is, one, there's a lot of agreement about what what's going on, what's been changing, what needs to continue to change at La Tierra Montessori. You know, in preparing for today, I know it might be a little bit cliche, but I thought this really is a tale of two schools. We're not talking about a tale of two cities like London and Paris, but the same school, with the difference being prior years and the current year. And PEC is right to be concerned. It's clear that under the Charter School Act, it has the authority to suspend or revoke La Tierra Montessori. It's also true that PEC has the authority under the Charter School Act to take corrective actions, including developing or further developing and executing a corrective action plan with timeframes for compliance. I'll even add strict timeframes. The word strict isn't in the statute, but strict timeframes for compliance. You have that ability. And yes, PEC should be concerned and should be making sure that a charter school like La Tierra Montessori be in regular consultation with the tribal authority when it's located on tribal property, within tribal boundaries. That government-to-government relationship is core and it's key. And it's an appropriate way to respect our tribal leadership. What you'll hear through the evidence is that a continued and updated correction plan is the appropriate action to take. You'll hear that through the evidence. But why? Why? Because as you'll see in the review of the exhibits in our defense opposing revocation, the 7 issues raised in PEC's March 16, 23 notice of intent to revoke the charter. And by the way, that's what I go by. That's what the statute goes by. What's in the notice? There's a lot of extraneous stuff out there, either through public comment or sometimes in some of the evidence on either side. It's not related to 7 specific issues that the charter school is on notice for. So you'll see that the evidence that we provide show that most, if not all, I'll say most, because there are a few that originated this year, but most issues have, in Council Winger's words, have been long-term problems. And so now the difference is that La Tierra and its governing council has brought in Miss Patricia Herrera and has moved her on the guidance of the PEC to a full-time role as head learner to focus on what needs to be done. The March 16th letter is not something to be contradicted. It's not something to be thrown to the side. It's not something to be combative over. It is to be a roadmap for compliance and providing students the best educational environment. And as you'll see from the exhibits, La Tierra Montessori has done exactly that. It's used the PALMS assessments. It's used the PEC's feedback as a roadmap. And of the 120 exhibits that we submitted, it's to show progress. Remember that tale of 2 schools? We've heard it from both sides that 12 months ago, this was the ideal school. And 12 months later, it should be shuttered. It should be closed. It should be removed from existence in 12 months. As you'll see in the evidence, most all of these problems existed 12 months ago, 24 months ago. In some instances, 8 years ago. But the governing council, but more importantly than the governing council, because they don't have the operational authority, the head learner does, is taking your roadmap and improving this school piece by piece, bit by bit. All La Tierra will be asking for is a reasonable time frame for compliance. Again, they don't oppose PEC's requirements for statutory or regulatory compliance. The school and its staff simply need more time. The evidence that we reference today will show you how much they've accomplished since October. And you've seen the evidence. You've seen your own notice. You've seen the PALMS reports. You can't accomplish all of that in 4 months, 5 months. But I hope that you see the progress that demonstrates that the head learner, the staff, and the community are serious about getting this school on track from years of systemic issues and maintaining this school as a viable option for its students. The students, who every parent has stated, need this environment at La Tierra Montessori. So finally, I can't help but think about what my law partner, Tony Ortiz, says when he's working with school boards and chartering authorities, and I repeat him all the time. Are we getting caught up in adult issues, disputes among adults, personalities, disagreement on meetings, on things that aren't inside the classroom? Or are we addressing child issues, making sure children have the appropriate environment for learning? La Tierra Montessori wasn't perfect in August of 2022. It wasn't perfect in May of 2022. It's not perfect today, but it's closer and it's further on down the road toward being that new school that has the proper, that is working towards the proper learning environment for its students. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zamora. Mr. Winger, you may move forward to present your case through witnesses, presentation, and argument, which may reference any document stipulated in the Google Drive. Please ensure that any references to the documents are clear for the record.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to call Larry Vigil. He's slightly out of order. However, he's got an obligation in a few hours. He's appearing via Zoom. And so I think it's important for the commission to hear his testimony, even if it is slightly out of order at this time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Vigil, I'm going to swear you in by giving you the, I'm going to administer the oath. Can you please stand and raise your right hand?
Good morning. Can everybody hear me okay?
I can hear you just fine. Thank you, sir.
Great. Thank
Do
you.
you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And before we proceed to hearing any of the merits of this case, are there any preliminary motions or matters at this time?
None from the PEC.
None from the school.
Great, thank you. Mr. Vigil, I just want to share the limitations that we have, especially around Zoom testimony. Please remember that you are under oath and you are not to refer to any documents during your testimony unless instructed to do so. In the event that you are instructed to review documents, you must clearly identify the documents that you are referring to so that it is clear for the record that document you are referring to. Do you understand these instructions regarding the Zoom testimony?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you, sir. Mr. Winger?
Thank you. Sir, can you spell your name for the record, please?
Yes, it's LARRYVIGIL.
And how are you employed?
I'm a senior risk manager for loss prevention with Palms and Associates.
And who is Palms and Associates?
Palms and Associates is a contractor for the New Mexico Public School Insurance Authority.
And can you tell the commission a little bit about the work that you do?
Yes, absolutely. So as the senior manager on the loss prevention team, I'm responsible for overseeing the loss prevention safety program for the New Mexico Public School Insurance Authority loss prevention program. We're contracted with NIPSIA to provide a loss prevention mechanism that was created by New Mexico statute. As the senior manager on the team, I supervise 7 employees who are assigned districts and charter schools, higher education institutions throughout the state. I also have a number of districts and schools that I personally handle myself.
And is La Tierra one of those schools?
La Tierra is one of the schools, being in the Espanola, within the Espanola school system. That's one of the schools that I'm assigned to as well. I've given myself assignment to.
Sure. In the course of your employment within the last 5 months, have you had the opportunity to visit La Tierra Montessori School?
I have.
And why did you visit the school?
So our office was contacted by members of the Public Education Commission. I believe it was Barbara, and I'm going to refer to some notes that I've just prepared for myself for memory jogging purposes. It was Barbara Gardner through Catherine Bolkovich, who contacted James Vautier, who's another senior manager on our team, who then reached out to me as the loss prevention consultant for the school. And so I was contacted by the Public Education Commission, by those individuals regarding some complaints that were received. They asked if we can go out and perform a loss prevention or loss control audit on the school.
And do you recall what date you visited the school?
I believe it was on January 25th.
Prior to January 20, and to be clear for the record, was it January 25th of 2023?
Yes, sir.
And prior to January 25th of 2023, had you ever visited the school in the course of your employment with Palms?
Yes, I have.
And can you tell the commission about your prior visits?
Sure. I visited them on 2 other occasions, both in 2017. One was in February of 2017. We were contacted by Pamela Rodriguez from La Tierra Montessori regarding a playground that they were interested in installing. They had some questions regarding installation procedures and whether or not they would be in compliance with playground standards if they were to have this playground installed. Our office was contacted to consult with them. That's part of the loss prevention procedures, to consult on any loss prevention issues. And later that year in September, I was at the school to provide a first aid CPR training for their staff.
And that was in 2017, is that correct?
2017, correct.
From 2017 until 2023, do you have any recollection of ever visiting the school again?
I do not.
Can you tell the commission what the purpose of your visit on January 25th of 2023 was?
So on January 25th, the purpose of my visit was to conduct a loss control safety inspection. We call that an audit. Generally, it's to identify any hazards that we can find at the school that could be corrected to prevent claims from happening in the future.
And as a result of your visit there, did you author any reports regarding what your findings were?
I did. I issued 2 reports. One was a loss control safety audit, and the other was a certified playground safety inspection.
And can you tell the commission just a little bit about what your findings were regarding the playground audit?
Yes, I can. So regarding the playground audit, so just to back up a little bit, I'm also a certified playground safety inspector. That's part of my role within my job here at Palms and Associates. Each of our staff members go through a training through the National Parks and Recreation Service called Certified Playground Safety Inspection. I've had my CPSI since 2012. I went to the school and inspected the playground as part of the loss control and safety procedures. Anytime we go to an elementary school that has a playground, we generally will take a look at the playground as well as part of our process. My findings within the playground at La Tierra Montessori, one of the big issues that I had with the playground was there were no records of the installation being performed. And remembering back to when I had visited back in 2017, our recommendation at the time was to have the playground installed by a certified playground installer. The playground they were talking about installing was over a blacktop, over a basketball court area. My recommendation at the time was, before you're going to install it over the basketball court, you need to follow the procedures laid out by the CPSC handbook regarding installation over hard surfaces. When I looked at the playground, I dug into the playground surface material and realized that the blacktop was directly underneath it. So it did not look to me like it had been properly installed. So I asked Ms. Herrera if she had any records of the installation of the playground, and she did not. So immediately that was, one of the big issues that I found. I also found some issues with some equipment that was broken, equipment that did not have the proper surface protection underneath it, items on the playground that were not necessarily playground equipment. There were some wooden structures that looked like they had been constructed by somebody that were, they were deteriorated, and the wood, I'm sorry, not, did I say metal? I meant wood. Wooden structures that had been deteriorated through the weather, sun, just kind of beaten up out there. And it looked to me like they were hazardous. My, role, my training as a certified playground safety inspector, wooden components tend to deteriorate over time. And it looked like these had been deteriorated. They also were not really playground structures. They were just improvised structures that looked like they had been constructed to be on the play area, not necessarily in the playground, but on the play area. So those were the findings, the big ones that come to mind from that report.
And for the commission's reference, that report is listed as PEC 51 through 93 as part of our exhibits. Sir, can you tell the commission what you found during your loss control and safety audit?
Yeah, so regarding the loss control and safety audit, some of the major issues, one of the very first things that I noticed when I arrived at the school, there was a locking mechanism on the front door. However, when I pulled the door, I was able to just walk right in. So the locking mechanism was not engaged. The buzzer system was essentially inactive or not activated at the time. So the door hadn't shut properly. When I walked into the school, I was greeted by somebody at the front. I identified myself. I was there unannounced, so they had no idea that I was coming. I identified myself. I showed my credentials. Ms. Herrera met me, and we sat down and had a brief visit before I began walking around the school to identify the hazards. One of the things that I noticed that I told her about was the door. Now, the door kind of falls outside of the realm of the loss control and safety audit. That's more of our security vulnerability assessment that's handled by our senior manager and our team on the security side of things. But I did comment on that verbally to her. And I think I may have even taken a picture of it just for perspective when I did the report. Immediately when we started walking around through the facility, I noticed that there was in the rear entrance of the rear egress from the cafeteria, I noticed a lot of debris, a lot of clutter, just some items that had been flippantly kind of stacked near the door, which I believed to be impede the exit in the event of an emergency. So that was a big issue that I put on my report. I look in classrooms, I look in storage closets. One of the electrical rooms that I opened, which was also a storage closet, had a lot of clutter, a lot of excess materials. Some of them were stacked near the electrical panels, which is a hazard. Those areas should be remain clear within 36 inches of that electrical panel. There were some chemicals, I believe, that were stored in there. Anytime we see chemicals, we ask for the safety data sheets and ask to find out what the chemical management plan is in place. And Ms. Herrera did not have any information about the safety data sheets or any information about the location of that plan. So that went on the report. Also noticed a couple of the classrooms had, I believe, some other types of electrical hazards that we identified. There was, I believe, a fish tank in one of the classrooms that had some animals in it, reptiles, I believe. So anytime we see that, we ask, what the plans are at the school, what the policies are with regard to those types of environments. Generally speaking, lot of storage and housekeeping issues, some egress issues, and a few electrical issues that I identified on the report.
And for the commission's reference, that report is listed as PEC 94 through 136 in the materials that we've presented. Sir, through your inspection of the school premises, can you tell the PEC or tell the commission rather how that building is situated regarding other buildings nearby?
Yes, so the school is adjacent to, in between the school, so I guess right outside of the rear entrance where the cafeteria is, there's another structure which looks like it was a storage structure at some point. That was another issue that I identified on the report was, the fact that this structure was kind of out there. And my recommendation, I think, to Ms. Herrera was that should either be cleaned out or torn down. I think was may have even been the language I used with her. The structure seemed to be not used. She didn't even have a key for it, or it sounded like the door was really hard to get access to. She would need to get a different key, and we'd really have to jiggle the door to get into it, I think she said. So we didn't bother to go into the actual structure itself, but from looking at the outside of it, it looked like it was in poor repair. Next to that, there were other structures. I believe there were one, possibly two, which she identified as being tenants that were leasing space. They were third-party contractors. I think one was a janitorial service. I don't remember what the other tenant, what their nature of their business was, but they were also on the campus footprint and had access to the campus. And so one of the things that I noted, I believe in the report and also verbally, was my concern with students being dropped off with this traffic immediately on the campus, and whether or not that was any kind of risk to students if they're being dropped off at the time that the janitorial services are coming in and out, and generally who's on campus at that time. Again, that kind of goes back to our security and vulnerability assessment. So I kind of left most of that to Mr. Bratier to address when he went out. The intention was for both of us to go out at the same time or within the same couple of days, but unfortunately, Mr. Bratier suffered an injury, slipped on some ice, and had to delay his visit to the campus. And I believe he ended up going out a couple of weeks, or maybe even a month or two later.
Sir, I don't have any more questions for you at this time. I would pass a witness.
Good morning, Mr. Vigil. This is Gino Zamora on behalf of La Tierra Montessori School.
Good morning, Mr. Zamora.
Good morning. We know each other, don't we?
We do, sir.
Yes, we've worked together on several projects involving school districts throughout the state. Does that sound about right?
That's correct. And I believe we've presented at some conferences at the same time, or seen each other at different school conferences.
Yes, I think actually we presented together, you and I and James Bautier, regarding guns on campus and safety requirements. Does that sound familiar?
It does.
All right. Well, it's good to speak with you this morning.
You as well.
So, Mr. Vigil, you may or may not have heard that not a lot of things are contested in today's hearing. And one, I would like to thank you for your comprehensive analysis and your playground audit and your safety audit. And there's no intention to discredit or even dispute any of your observations. I would just like to ask some additional detail, if I may.
Okay.
Regarding your observations of the playground equipment, I believe you used the words not properly installed, broken equipment, deteriorated wooden structures. Did any of the structures appear to have been new or installed within the last 6 months?
No, they did not.
Okay. And I believe one of your recommendations may have been to actually shut down or cordon off the unsafe equipment on the playground. Is that correct?
That's correct. One of the mechanisms within the loss prevention rule, if there is a hazard that we deem to be above average for risk of injury, not necessarily imminent, but above average for risk of an injury to occur, which could be a larger than average type of injury, is for us to issue what's called a critical hazard letter. I issued a critical hazard letter on the playground, and on that letter, my recommendation was to go ahead and shut down the playground until equipment could be removed, or have somebody come out to properly install the surface material underneath the playground equipment and certify that the installation had been performed correctly. They just didn't have any records of the installation of it.
Thank you. Mr. Vigil, have you worked with CES contractors with regard to proper installation of playground equipment?
Not necessarily work with them, but I've spoken to them. We've reviewed plans together. Generally, we defer to their, as installers, they go through some of the similar training that we do. There's usually certified playground safety inspectors. Those are some of the other people who go to the course that I described earlier. And so I've spoken to several of the installers. The information that we received back in 2017 was that this school was going to use Dixie playground equipment as the manufacturer or who they were going to purchase the equipment from. I've never worked with them.
Do you think, in your experience, you think one of the appropriate options when considering playground equipment is to consider CES approved contractors?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, those contractors generally are, the ones who are more experienced with New Mexico and have worked with our school districts in the past. They've been vetted, so to speak.
Great. Thank you. Now, I'm assuming over the years, you've probably generated dozens, if not hundreds, of playground audit reports and safety audit reports. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, I've been doing this since 2012. So,
is part of your purpose in generating those reports really to create a roadmap to assist the school or the district with coming into compliance?
Oftentimes it is. Occasionally, we'll go to districts who, you find kind of everything in order, and we don't usually see a lot of issues with them. They have sometimes their own risk management department that we're working with. And so we're more of an advisory consulting role with those districts. In other districts, they don't have anybody that serves in that capacity. And so they rely on our guidance and our consulting, our information to kind of, like you said, provide that roadmap for compliance.
Great, thank you. Now, since January of 2023, have you returned to La Tierra Montessori's campus to review whether any changes were made?
I did revisit the campus, I believe about 2 to 3 weeks after we sent out the critical hazard letter, which was probably at least a month after my initial visit. When I arrived at the campus, the gates were locked and I was not able to go in. So I did not actually speak with Ms. Herrera or actually walk around the facility to see if anything had been corrected. It was my intention that day to do that. Again, I was unannounced, but I did not find the gates open, so I was not able to perform that follow-up.
If La Tierra were to request a follow-up visit for you, from you, what are your scheduling timeframes? How soon could you be out if you receive an updated request to review progress?
Well, looking at my calendar, I'll actually be in Espanola next Thursday, so I could actually be out there within the next 7 days. That's when I would be my next available, actually not Thursday. I was speaking incorrectly here. Wednesday. So on the 26th, I'm scheduled to be in Espanola. Generally speaking, we do follow up on all of our loss control and safety audits, playground inspections. We do follow up usually within 30 to 60 days of the report being delivered to the member, to the NPSIA member. We follow up and those statistics are kept so that we can report that back to the NIPSIA board.
Thank you. I'd also like to ask you if you're familiar with the Raptor system for schools and school safety use.
I am.
Could you please describe what the purpose of a Raptor system is?
My understanding is the Raptor system is a visitor screening and authorization system. So that when you arrive at a school campus, you show your identification, they run it through the Raptor system, and they take your picture and issue a visitor badge. I probably way oversimplified that, but.
And is a Raptor system an important component of a safety plan?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's absolutely critical for safety and security of schools to identify and vet their visitors.
Thank you, Mr. Vigil, for your time this morning. I have no further questions.
Great, thank you.
Chair Brower, I don't know if anyone from the commission has any questions for this witness.
Commissioner Ingham.
Yes, I was just wondering, and I'm not sure if I have the correct terminology, but did you perform a drop test on the surface, the playground surface there? And what were the results?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, no, sir, I did not perform a drop test. As a certified playground safety inspector, I don't have the tools or the knowledge to perform that. Drop tests are typically performed by other contractors that have the specific equipment to perform that. Generally speaking, what we look for is the amount of loose fill surface material that is underneath a playground structure. And if we find the appropriate depth for the type of playground surface material, for example, I believe there were wood chips underneath this particular playground structure or this playground. Wood chips will give a minimum of 9 feet of fall height for 9 inches of depth. And so if we see that minimum depth, then our recommendation is that it's in accordance with the CPSI standards. If we see less than that depth, we recommend they install more. We usually will, when we ask for those, if they have the plans, the installation records of the playground equipment, that's usually where you'll find the drop test that has either been performed by the installer, or if that drop test was performed in a laboratory, you'll also have those test results in the records of the playground installation. So we do not perform those tests.
Commissioner Creel.
Mr. Vigil, good morning. Thank you for being here. Curious about the Raptor system. Was the Raptor system, to the best of your knowledge, when you were at the school, was that something that they employed at La Tierra?
You know, I'm trying to remember, and honestly, I can't remember if the Raptor system was in place at that school or not. I've probably been to about 30 different campuses since that visit, and I really can't remember. I've got a bunch of those stickers. When I get out of my car, I come back in and I put them in my little trash can in my car, and that bag is usually full by the end of the month. So I don't remember if they did or not.
Okay, so Raptor is a brand of security identification that schools employ. Is that correct?
Correct.
Was there possibly another brand or system used as a screening tool at La Tierra for visitors?
It's possible. I just don't recall if I was asked to use their system or not.
Terrific. Thank you.
Vice Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vigil. From your experience, what would be your expectation of, visiting the school again? Would you expect, all of the, there's a significant amount of concerns from the reports. Is there any of the concerns that you would have expected would take longer than like if you were to even visit next week? Are there any concerns that you had that you would expect to not have been able to had the time, like it would have taken a longer time to fix?
Yes, Madam Commissioner, we typically on our reports will identify hazards as either being capital or non-capital. And what we mean by that are the capital improvements that we're recommending, the capital hazards, recommendations with the capital identifier are things that are going to require additional funding, for example. Non-capital are typically things that can be done within the scope of your operational budget. And so we expect the non-capital hazards to be at least 70% of what we've recommended within that 60 days. That's our expectation for what we're looking for as far as compliance and for improvement. We call those the abatements of those hazards. I usually look for about 70%. Now, some of the issues regarding housekeeping that we talked about at the school that Ms. Herrera had identified, she had several instructional materials, books, things like that were stacked above a storage area near the cafeteria. And I think, that being said, some of those items may take longer to discard because you have to go through different processes. The stuff that was just, I'll call it junk, that was just stacked up by the back door at the cafeteria. She expressed to me that was going to be cleared up by a board member with a pickup truck and a trailer within a couple of days of my visit. And so the things that she has said, we're working on these and I know that we're going to get these done. Those are things when I go back, I would expect to see cleared up. Structural things and anything that has to do with additional funding, I think, it's reasonable to expect a longer process for those.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Gibson.
Thanks. So Mr. Vigil, looking at the report that you did submit, I'm not sure whether I can differentiate what you're referring to in terms of capital priorities, or I see you've got items that are identified as high risk, low risk, medium risk. So if you're going back, would it be I don't know how to discern which ones would be an expectation of they should have been able to fix them within this almost 2-month time period since you've been out. So can you help with that a little bit?
Sure, absolutely, Madam Commissioner. So on our reports, there is a key that you'll see under each inspection section. So for example, looking at the La Tierra Montessori School of Arts and Sciences report under section 1, general conditions inspection, you'll see a key on page 9 of the report that shows hazard type, hazard scope, hazard urgency, and then capital or non-capital. And then within the priority of each of the questions, so for example, on question 1.1.1, the hazard priority has a code of 4, which is the hazard type, regulatory or legal issue, 5, which is accepted best practices under that same hazard type list, A, which is facilities and planning, C, which is policies and or procedures, H for high urgency, and N, that last letter that's on the column there is non-capital. So it goes in order by the different types of hazard priorities that we're identifying. So the very last letter of each of the questions will tell you whether it's capital or non-capital. So just glancing quickly at my report, the first capital improvement that I see is question 1.2.2. Do building structures and finished materials appear to be in good condition and free of visible deterioration? I identified that as a capital because my recommendation was to have a structural engineer come out and give an assessment of the facility, the building where it looked like it may be settling to determine whether or not the building was structurally sound. To me, these are all judgments of the loss control consultant. To me, that's above an operational budget and that may require some additional funding. So it wouldn't be my expectation that was done yet. Now, if I see a building that looks like it's completely falling down and about to create an above average opportunity for a claim, then that could then turn into a critical hazard or even an imminent hazard. And we have issued those on schools in the past, even if they were capital improvements. So the expectation for abatement of the hazard also depends on the urgency of what the recommendation is.
Thank you. And I do see that now. So thank you so much.
Absolutely. And it's very confusing. We're working on trying to clean that up a little bit.
Commissioner Ingham?
Sorry, I had one more question. When you had your return visit and were not able to enter, could you see the playground and was it cordoned off as you expected or as you recommended in your first visit?
Yes, Mr. Commissioner, I was able to drive through the access road behind the school to turn around. Actually, I had to drive back to the area where the playground was to turn my vehicle around. And so I glanced over at the playground and it appeared to be in the same condition it was when I was at the school previously. It did not look like there was anything that would prohibit usage of the equipment. Now, Ms. Herrera indicated to me while I was doing the visit that they weren't using the playground anyways. And so she didn't think that was going to be a problem to just tell them not to use it because they weren't using it. But I did not see any signage or anything that indicated that they had actually cordoned it off. It was also very windy and snowing that day, so it could be that, you know, if there were any signs, they could have blown away.
Mr. Vigil, did the PED receive a copy of the security assessment from Palms?
Mr. Commissioner, you're referring to the security assessment performed by James Vautier?
Yes.
I am not aware of whether or not the PEC has received a copy of that or not. I know that the report has been delivered to the school. It was sent out to the school, but I do not know if the PEC has received a copy of it.
Thank you. Commissioner Creel.
In following up on what Chair Brower said, if it may not have been given to the PEC, was that report at least made available to the Charter School Division?
Sir, I could not answer that question. I am not sure.
Okay. Going back to the second time the follow-up visit, you said that it was chained or locked shut. Is that correct?
The gate was closed. I do not recall if there were any chains on it, but the gate was closed and it looked like the school there were no vehicles in the parking lot. It didn't look like anyone was home. So I didn't try to open the gate. So I couldn't tell you if there was locked or not.
Okay, so that wasn't during school hours.
It was during school hours and it was on a regular school day. I'm not sure if it was, spring break or what was going on at the time. It was, around the time that some schools were having their spring break. It was shortly before Easter. So I want to say it was probably like at least a week, 2 weeks before Easter. So it was right in that window when a lot of schools were on spring break.
Okay, so on the first visit, so I'm very familiar with Raptor because as a board member with Santa Fe Public Schools, we decided to have the Raptor for all of our schools, and it's an amazing system in terms of screening and identification. My concern, and I want to ask you about when you first went to the school, what was your impression of the ability for anyone to be able to go in the front doors and whether or not there'd be someone immediately at a desk or an office or a window to confront a person coming into the campus to screen them? What was your observation of that?
Yes, Mr. Commissioner, my observation was it was fairly easy for me to have had access to the campus. Walking through that door, I sought out the person that was in the office that was at the window. There was not necessarily somebody at the window that greeted me. I actually had to seek out that person to ask for Miss Herrera. And so it was fairly easy for me if I had been anyone else to be able to just walk in and probably walk down the hallway unabated. And that's kind of what we do on the security and vulnerability assessment that James Vautier performed. He does that test, that penetration test to see if there's any greeting of guests or visitors or guests on the campus.
Okay, in that area.
My impression is it was easy.
Okay, thank you. And that area where there was maybe nobody posted or we spoke of a window, is that just right inside the front door as though there should be an administrator immediately there to be able to see somebody coming in?
That's correct. Personnel, whether it's administrator or a secretary, somebody there looked like there was I believe there was a sign-in book, and that's where a visitor would sign in. Yes, sir. It's right as soon as you walk in the front door, immediately to your left.
Okay, but to clarify, there was nobody there the day you visited. You had to seek
There
out.
was nobody directly at the window. There was somebody at a desk that was a little bit away from the window, and so I had to get her attention to ask for Miss Herrera.
Okay. Terrific. Thank you.
Commissioner Gibson.
Mr. Vihil, I'm not sure whether it's within the purview of what you do, but do you look at ADA compliance when you go out with your risk assessments?
Yes, Madam Commissioner, we do look at ADA compliance on the playground, for example. We look at ADA compliance. We also look throughout the facility for ADA compliance. I wouldn't say it's a big focus, but there is a section of our report that is titled disability access or disabled access, and so we do look for those things.
Because I didn't notice, I know in the report you mentioned about parking striping and the concerns about damage that may occur because there's no clear parking spaces. So am I to assume that there's no designated handicap parking even there at the school?
So, Madam Commissioner, I do not recall looking for the disability parking spaces. In the photograph that I took, I do see that there were 2 spots that are identified as parking. It looks like immediately that's my vehicle on the first thing that you see, and just next to that, it looks like there are blue signs which would indicate that those are handicap parking. And so usually if we don't comment on the report, it's something that we either didn't look for or we didn't find anything that necessarily needed correction. But the disclaimer on our report is we might not have found everything that could potentially be a hazard at the school. And so it's possible that they did not have marked spots, but I do not just looking at my picture, I believe that they did have spots that were indicated for handicap parking.
Okay, thanks. And just one more thing, because I did see I looked at the one picture that I think is the entrance door, and I think the dark material is probably because there had been snow on the ground, so it might have been put out there for ice. But do you remember if you saw anything that would be provide difficulties for individuals with disabilities in accessing the building?
Madam Commissioner, I believe, just the general parking lot, just the unevenness of the terrain could potentially be, if you were trying to get a wheelchair, if you're somebody that's trying to use, some sort of assisted device like a walker, wheelchair, you may have difficulty. There was ice and snow on the ground at the time of the visit, and yes, you could see on the first picture on page 11, and actually there is a disabled access spot right there in that picture as well. There was also salt or something that had been applied to the ice, and I believe that could create a surface that would be difficult to manage. And then looking at the area just leading into the doorways, I didn't drop a tape measure on the threshold at that front door, but my impression when I walked in was it was not necessarily a hazard. I have been to schools where I see a big gap in that threshold, and those typically present a problem for access. I can't remember if there was a button to the door to open the door if somebody needed assistance that way or not. I do remember there was the button to hit for access control, but like I said, I was able just to pull the door and open it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Commissioner Creel.
In following up on facilities and what Commissioner Gibson was asking, when you spoke with, in the first visit, you were able to meet with Ms. Herrera, is that correct?
Yeah, the visit in this year in 2023, yes, the first time I went out there, I was able to speak with her.
Oh, and as a result of this visit, to the best of your knowledge, Is there someone that's designated to be the facilities maintenance director or the facility manager at the school?
Mr. Commissioner, it did not sound to me like there was.
Okay. And then in your judgment, the school as it appeared, because we haven't been made aware of different things that may have happened in these last months, with this school, if somebody were, if an entity were applying to use this property as a public school, in your judgment, would this facility be approved?
Mr. Commissioner, I believe there, the facility could be used as a public school if somebody were to ask to use it in such a manner with some improvements. I think definitely some of the electrical hazards should be corrected. There were little things like cover plates missing over a couple of electrical outlets, that kind of thing. I think with those things being corrected, and probably, I would also probably want to see a structural engineer go out and take a look at the facility to determine if there is any settling happening with the building, and if that in any way compromises the integrity of the structure. But I, for the most part, generally speaking, the school did not necessarily look in worse condition than some of the other schools I have visited. I've seen some that look a lot better. I've seen some that look worse. There were issues with the school that I believe to be correctable, but it did not seem to me, in my judgment, to be a facility that was not usable.
And would you happen to know the last time that OK Wingate, that the Pueblo made any capital improvements or expressed concerns or took action regarding the facility and the property?
No, Mr. Commissioner, I have no knowledge of that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions for the witness? Mr. Winger?
Chair Brower, I have no further questions. I don't know if Mr. Zamora does. No? Okay. I think this witness can be excused with your permission.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Vigil.
All right. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I certainly appreciate the commission's understanding and having Mr. Vigil come and testify. As I said earlier, he's got some appointments later this afternoon that he needs to attend to. So,
Mr. Winger, I'm real sorry. If we could take a 5-minute break.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Does everybody understand that? All right, great. Mr. Winger, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Brower. And again, as I said before the break, I appreciate the commission's understanding with Mr. Vigil's testimony. It's a little out of order for how I intend to proceed today. So just kind of put that in the back of your mind for right now. Although there were a series of corrective action plans which were put in place regarding La Tierra, the last corrective action plan, which is numbered as PEC 155, was put in place on February 14th of 2023. By March 16th of 2023, this commission had issued a letter setting today's hearing, which we're here for today. I just want to keep that in the back of everyone's mind as well, that there is, and the documents that we have presented have these corrective action plans in there. This has been an ongoing problem for quite a while. Although I will point to specific documents today, I will not cover them all. There are hundreds of documents which you have been presented and which you can consider as part of this hearing today. And I want to be clear that even though I don't mention them, that doesn't prevent you from considering them. Likewise, if there is something that the materials don't reference, so the exclusion of something, you're free to consider that as well. As a starting point for my argument today, I want to go back to New Mexico statute, which forms the basis as to how the contract is created, and then from there, how the commission is to handle this revocation. Specifically, NMSA 22-8B-12, subparagraphs 1, 2, and 3, in addition to paragraphs F and K, are applicable to our revocation hearing today. I will read into the record subparagraph F, talk briefly about that, and then we'll move on to the applicable facts which apply to the other statute or the other subsection. Paragraph F states, if based on the performance review conducted by the chartering authority pursuant to subsection D of this section, a charter school's fiscal, overall governance, or student performance or legal compliance appears unsatisfactory, the chartering authority will promptly notify the governing body of the charter school for the unsatisfactory review and provide reasonable opportunity for the governing body to remedy the problem, provided that if the unsatisfactory review warrants revocation, the revocation procedures set forth in this section shall apply. A chartering authority may take appropriate corrective actions or exercise sanctions as long as such sanctions do not constitute revocation in response to the unsatisfactory review. Such actions or sanctions by the chartering authority may include requiring a governing body to develop and execute a corrective action plan with the chartering authority that sets forth timeframes for compliance. As I mentioned a few moments ago, there have been a series of corrective action plans which have been issued to La Tierra going back months, going back to August of last year, even before then. I want to go, as Mr. Zamora said earlier in his opening statement, the March 16th, 2023 letter setting out the alleged violations is key. That is the roadmap for today's hearing. I want to start first with going through it, and I will certainly present the evidence that we have related to each of the alleged violations. The first alleged violation is the lack of contact with OK Owinge in its educational council. I will say as a stipulation that I have with Mr. Zamora as well, I have sought to obtain a letter from Miss Aileen Lopez, who is the head of the education department for the tribe. As of today, I do not have a letter. However, it is undisputed that the school has not had any kind of contact with her or her office. Now, I think Mr. Zamora is going to present some evidence that there's been other members of the tribe that the school has had contact with, but has not been Miss Lopez, any of her predecessors or her department. Further, I will say in my course of conversation with Ms. Lopez that she told me that the school has had no contact with her at all either. So not only is there any evidence from the school that they've had contact with her, she's also confirmed that. What has been presented is from La Tierra's exhibits 2A, which is an email correspondence between the head learner Herrera and Mr. Ron Lovato with the SAY Corporation. I'm sure Mr. Zamora will talk further about that, but that clearly is not the tribal liaison for which they were supposed to have contact. To go back to, as I said earlier, NMSA 22.8B-12 subparagraph 4, subparagraph K, a charter may be suspended, revoked, or renewed by the chartering authority if the chartering authority determines that the charter school did any of the following. And we'll talk about the three preceding paragraphs that come before 4, but key to this is paragraph 4. For a charter school located on tribal land, failed to comply with the ongoing consultations pursuant to the Indian Education Act. There is no evidence that the school has in any way complied up through today with that. The failure of La Tierra to comply with their contact and their ongoing requirements, given that the school is located on tribal property with OK Owinge for ongoing consultation alone constitutes a sufficient basis for the commission to consider revocation of the school's charter. Moving down to, as I mentioned, the preceding paragraphs, which include violations of NMSA 22-8B-12, subparagraphs 1, 2, and 3, and then again, paragraph K. A charter may be suspended, revoked, or not renewed by the chartering authority if the chartering authority determines that the charter school did any of the following. And you'll recall I just previously read paragraph 4. The first three read as follows. 1, committed a material violation of any of the conditions, standards, or procedures set forth in the charter contract. 2, failed to meet or make substantial progress towards achievement of the department's standards of excellence or student performance standards identified in the charter contract. Or 3, failed to meet generally accepted standards of fiscal management. I'd like to now return, as I mentioned, to the March 16th, 2023 letter, which again functions as our roadmap for today. Previously, this morning, you heard testimony from Larry Vigil of Palms related to what he saw when he went out to the school and conducted his audit. Further, and in support of our position regarding revocation, PEC documents 223 to 229 document a CSD visit of January 9th of 2023. I'm going to go ahead and, if I can, do a share screen so I can be able to pull those up. Great. Yes. Is that okay? Yes. It's okay. Specifically referring to page 226, which I will go ahead and do my share screen for. And there we go. See if that's a little more legible. I'll read from the highlighted portion. During the site visit, the team was able to observe that La Tierra Montessori School has maintained Patricia Herrera. I apologize, that is the wrong section. Let me make sure I've got that here. Here we go. It's PEC 227. I apologize for the record. The site visit team observed that students arrived at the school as early as 7:45 a.m. However, most teaching staff did not arrive until after 8:20 a.m. This resulted in insufficient supervision of students throughout the school building and no student supervision outside of the school during student arrival and drop-off. At various times throughout the morning, the site visit team observed students who were unattended for over 30 minutes due to the lack of timely teacher arrival to the school and to the classrooms. One teacher was also observed supervising multiple classrooms in the absence of the regular teacher and timely arrival of a substitute. Further continuing down, this is PEC 228. Upon student arrival to the school, the front door was propped open with a large rock, allowing free access to the building until 8:20 a.m. At the start of the school day, a side door to the school was discovered ajar by a member of the site visit team, and the interim head learner was notified immediately. Upon notification, the interim head learner explained that she has to, quote, do door checks throughout the morning, every morning, because staff prop the doors open for their friends who come to work late, close quote. And I appreciate everyone's patience while I jump back and forth to these multiple exhibits this morning. As identified in the letter of March 16th, 2022, referring specifically to the charter contract with the school, section 4.6 was discussed, and that involves the operation. I will again read the relevant portions into the record. Lower 2, the school shall comply with all federal and state laws relating to the education of children with disabilities. The school shall comply with the applicable federal, state, and local rules, regulations, and statutes relating to the health, safety, civil rights, and insurance. Continuing on with Roman numeral 8, the school shall notify the commission and the department within 15 days of the allegations of or conditions for inappropriate contact with a student or other minor by any staff member, employee, or contractor, and shall notify the commission within 15 days of allegations of or convictions for any crime related to the misappropriation of school funds or theft or school property by any staff member. This leads into the second area identified within the urgent safety and special education concerns of the March 16th, 2023 letter, which involved two incidents where students were involved in an altercation with a teacher at the school. There have also been other numerous complaints from parents and staff that the school has been made an unsafe environment. Specifically, PEC page 371 documents public comments made by parents related to a student who was allegedly assaulted by a staff member. A police investigation took place, but parents were not made aware within the confines of the requirements of the contract as to what had occurred. PEC 407 documents a public comment by a parent who's also alleged that their child was assaulted at school, but complained that they had been unable to obtain any information from either the head learner or from the governing board as to the details of that allegation or to get any kind of response from the school. In response to the other section regarding the head learner, again, within this subsection, the new head administrator is a part-term position with that same staff person providing special education services. PEC 226 also discusses this, and that is a report from the site visit that I mentioned earlier today by CSD. There have been numerous complaints that person who was in that position was not able to adequately do both jobs in a manner that results in adequate supervision of the school and staff and adequately is able to do the work of the special education instructor for the students. That was included also within PEC 137 and 138. In regards to additional information related to the physical safety and condition of the school, this was again produced by the school. This is Exhibit 2A, the La Tierra Montessori School of the Arts Environmental Health Survey Inspection. This is a report from obviously independent people who are unrelated to anything that we are talking about today. These are people from the Okewinge Environmental Affairs Office and from the Division of Environmental Health Services for the state. They went out and conducted an inspection, and you may recall earlier today the testimony of Larry Vigil, who had talked about in part the reptile tank that was in one of the classrooms. And he kind of mentioned it in passing, but you can get a good idea of what it actually looks like because there's a pretty explicit picture in the middle of the third page of this exhibit. This report is incredibly concerning. It raises a lot of red flags. It discusses how the children are fed from the cafeteria, the physical structure of the building, and I think probably most damaging are the end quotes that are included here. From the last observations on the final page, there was talking about no internal administrative procedure or structure rather for the school, which included no formal signs, no sign-in sheet, no security cameras visible, and no staff at the entrance. Highlighted on the next line, there was no structure or format for the children, including no authoritative oversight. It does go on to make some recommendations, but I think overall, this following quote, overall, the school lacks guidance and authority as an educational facility. We did not observe any curriculum in progress. It was unclear if all the teaching was computer-based only, and how this entity has continued to operate on tribal land is questionable. This is a disaster waiting to happen. This is a state report that was issued and it is certainly out there. Even more critical, or something even more concerning, is that the date of this report is less than a month ago. This report was issued on March 21st, 2023. It does raise certainly concerns about the current condition of the school. Certainly, Mr. Vihil's testimony earlier today started to document a lot of the issues. His reports do address some of these things, but certainly what's contained within this report not only adds further detail, it adds photos and another set of eyes to this process. In regards to fiscal concerns, and I'll go ahead and take this down. Moving on to that particular section, in section 4.1 of the contract, and that is on PEC 4. So I'll scroll back there. Let me see here. Section 4.1 discusses the purpose of the school, which is that it shall operate a public school consistent with the terms of the charter and the contract and all applicable laws. It shall achieve student outcomes according to the educational standards established by law, this charter and contract, and shall be governed and managed in a financially prudent manner. In addition, there's further contract terms, including on PEC 6, which talks about, although it covers a couple, and I've already read this once, the school shall notify the commission within 15 days of any and all allegations or convictions of, and it goes on to talk about inappropriate contact, but the last part of that paragraph is also operative here, which says any crime related to the misappropriation of school funds or theft of school property by a member of the governing body. Further goes on to state in Roman numeral 8, the members of the governing body have a duty to comply with the provisions of this contract, all applicable laws, including without limitation, the act, all regulations and reporting requirements. Finally, section 5.4 is found on PEC, what's been marked as PEC 10 and PEC 11. Which discusses financial performance indicators and evaluations and requires that the school meet generally accepted standards of fiscal management, which shall include complying with all applicable provisions of the Public School Finance Code and Procurement Code and the Audit Act. In support of our contention that these concerns have been violated, I would point out to the PED fiscal year 2022 schedule of findings and question costs. And if you can give me just a moment, I will go ahead and pull that up. For the record, and just so that I'm clear here, this is the fiscal report that for fiscal year 2022. I believe we've produced it as well as La Tierra. And again, this is a stipulated exhibit. This is the fiscal financial statements and supplementary information for the year which ended on June 30th of 2022. And again, excuse my scrolling. There are some findings in here that I think are applicable to this fiscal concern, which was identified in the March 16th, 2023 letter. And I will again read this into the record. On July 25th, 2022 and August 29th, 2022, the Public Education Commission issued, quote, letters of concern, close quote, to the school's governing council. These letters of concern were not disclosed or provided to the external auditors. The external auditors became aware of these letters of concern from the Charter School Division of PED after we informed the CSD on September 23rd, 2022, of the difficulties we were having with the audit and the lack of timely submission of audit requests. It goes on to state that on September 19th, 2022, the former head learner of the school through June 30th of 2022 filed a complaint against the school with the district court. This lawsuit was not disclosed to the external auditors until November 18th, 2022, after an inquiry of the current head learner of any litigation. On November 20th, 2022, we received the full complaint, which included various ethical and procurement concerns. And if I may, I'll direct you specifically to the lawsuit, which is listed as PEC 409 through 419. Continuing further, and again, just another operative part of this report, which specifically applies to the issues raised in the March 16th letter. Due to the significant challenges and inadequate, untimely disclosures and representations during the audit, we were unable to complete our quality control to allow for a timely submission to the Office of the State Auditor, OSA. In other words, due to the stalling nature and the representations that were made during the audit, the auditor was unable to complete their report in time. They have their own internal guidelines that they have to follow. They have some that are mandated by state law. The administrative code requires that and that's below, in accordance with NMAC 2.2.2.9, the report of the PED is due to the OSA by the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. This report was not able to be completed and submitted on time. Further, there was on July 25th, 2022, and then again, as I mentioned, August 29th, 2022, these letters of concern were issued by the PEC to the school, and they were told and informed that the school was to work with its business manager, work with its attorney, and do what it needed to comply with the requirements and the requests of the PEC and external auditors. That did not happen. Those documents are labeled as PEC 302 to 304 and 306 to 307. In addition, there are academic concerns that were outlined in the March 16th, 2022, or I'm sorry, 2023 letter. And that, if I may, I will jump back here to PEC 10. Section 5, which outlines performance frameworks. The contract requires that the school shall, as part of its academic performance indicators and evaluation, provide a comprehensive educational program which aligns with the state academic standards prescribed by the department for grades approved to operate, and to participate in the state required assessments as designated by the department or the U.S. Department of Education. And then Roman numeral 4, meet or make substantial progress towards the achievement of the department's standards of excellence with a C or better on an A through F grading scale. PEC document 229 discusses the school results from the 2021 through 2022 statewide assessments, which indicate that 38% of the students scored proficient or above in ELA, which is slightly higher than the state's 34% average. 27% proficiency in math, which was below the state average of 33%. I'm sorry, in science, and then math proficiency is less than 20%, with early literacy proficiency at 5%. As I mentioned earlier, there are additional contract violations which were identified within that March 16th, 2023 letter. In particular, PEC 4. In addition, that's section 2, paragraph 2. The person authorized to sign an act on behalf of the commission is the chair, or such other person as the chair may lawfully designate from time to time. The charter school must maintain one or more charter representatives, including one charter representative who is a head administrator, and provide contact information to the commission within 30 days of the change of a charter representative. Roman numeral 2 outlines that the commission shall direct all communication with regard to the charter and the contract to the charter representatives. There are numerous violations going back to August of last year, which discuss changes, unilateral changes in the school's mission by the governing board. There's then follow-up discussion with the board by the PEC, which discusses whether or not the governing board could just simply change its mission. PEC 242 addresses this, and the school failed to remedy these issues related to this, which were existing from May through July of 2022. And even after the PEC directed them to correct this, they did not. These issues further persisted and were related to whether or not the person negotiating the contract on behalf of the governing board even had the authority to do so. PEC 156, which was the CSD analysis of the La Tierra cap, or at least at that point, the cap that was in place, outlines these discussions. Next identified issue within the March 16th, 2023 letter was the failure rather to institute a Montessori program. That's contained within PEC 9, which I've already read into the record and discusses the performance framework, making sure that the school has a clear delineated plan. This was documented in the January 9th, 2023 site visit, which has been marked and identified as PEC 226. It's also identified in PEC 156, which is the CSD analysis. If you can give me just a second, I will go ahead and pull up 226. Okay. Again, during the site visit here, and at the top of the page, this is not highlighted, but I will go ahead and make sure that it gets highlighted. I'll read into the record. During the site visit, consistent Montessori-based instruction, including the use of Montessori instructional materials, was not observed across all classrooms. However, the implementation of Montessori instruction, including the use of Montessori instructional materials, was observed in the lower grade classrooms. There were materials there, but it does not appear that the school has moved that curriculum across all grades. It goes on to follow and quote, "The interim head learner, Ms. Herrera, expressed a strong desire to continue and grow the school's heritage of Montessori practices, while also having the opportunity to integrate other innovative teaching and learning strategies, improve on school-wide data collection and assessment, and improve academic and developmental outcomes for all of the students at La Tierra." As of today, I'm not sure that that has been rolled out. Mr. Zamora may have more information about that, but I believe as the educational mission is now, that is certainly not the case. Again, if we this earlier, this also relates to PEC 226, and that had to do with the head learner who was part-time, also providing special education services. There are numerous complaints from parents. Those are contained further down within the online comments and then comments which had been made during public comment periods that this person couldn't do both of those same jobs. At this time, I believe that there is more than sufficient evidence for the commission to consider revocation. I'm certainly happy to take any questions that the commissioners may have.
Thank you, Mr. Winger. Commissioners, I just have a question for you. Would we want to ask questions right now to Mr. Winger or wait until after Mr. Zamora goes as well?
Is this our only chance to ask Mr. Winger anything for the rest of the day?
No, I was just asking, like, the way that our agenda is written, Mr. Winger went, Mr. Zamora can do that, then we have questions at the end.
I'm okay waiting.
I think while it's fresh in our minds, I would rather the ability to ask Mr. Winger questions now. We could certainly ask it more at the end.
Well, I don't know. I think that has to be the question answered. If we ask Mr. Winger questions now, does that end our opportunity? And then Mr. Zamora goes and we get to question Mr. Zamora and then we're done? Or do we get to question Mr. Winger now, then Mr. Zamora, and then we go back, we can ask Mr. Winger back again? That's what I need to, because if that's not the case, I would prefer to wait to be able to ask, because I may ask a question and it may be more appropriate that Mr. Winger answer it than Mr. Zamora. So I think I'd rather wait and be able to have both options. That's my preference.
If it pleases the commission, I think I lean towards that, and that is in how our agenda is set up. We did ask questions to the one sole witness, but if that behooves the commission, I think I would like to do that as well.
From what I'm hearing you say is save all questions until both people have made their case.
That's right, Commissioner.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. And also, Commission, I just wanted to ask, it is 11:48. Would we like to take a breather right now, or do we want to move forward and hear from Mr. Zamora?
I'd like to hear from Mr. Zamora now, so we have the flow at least.
I think we should close out Mr. Zamora if we want to wait at that time. Questions, yes, but I think it's.
Cannot hear you, Commissioner.
My preference would be to hear from the school at this moment. And then if we want to take that break, I think that's a more natural break.
All right. I think we have some consensus on that. So, Mr. Zamora, the floor is yours.
Chair Brower and commissioners, I will do my best to not make the commissioners hangry at us. Yes, no hangry allowed during today's hearing. Again, Mr. Winger and I share a lot of common ground, including our understanding of how to proceed. We've stipulated to each other's documents, and it's my argument that together his documents and our documents tell a story. And they, with two common themes to take from the story. Number one, there are significant problems identified. Number two, those problems are being addressed. And again, as I mentioned earlier, that the overwhelming amount of the issues that have been identified have existed for years. And they're attempting to be remedied through head learner Herrera and her staff. You know, there's that old saying, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. And as you've seen from the information presented by Council Winger, there's some pretty big elephants out there. But you can't eat them all at once. And I think it was an important question or issue raised with Larry Garcia by Commissioner Gibson. And this, what's the priority? And how does this get resolved? So sometimes I'll add to the analogy, it's not just that you eat an elephant one bite at a time, but maybe sometimes where do you start on that elephant? And so the second piece of the picture that I'll be presenting is really the progress through addressing several of the issues that have been raised. And it's the proposal, as Mr. Winger raised when he cited statute under 22(8)(b)(12) and the litany of opportunities for revocation, always preceded with the word may. It's not preceded with the word shall. And that may, that fulcrum, that balance, that seesaw is, are we seeing progress for continued corrective action? Or are we seeing the case for revocation? I think what you'll see is through this presentation is make a case for both. And La Tierra is asking for the case for further corrective action and progress. And so, again, as Mr. Winger said, we could spend hours explaining each topic and each exhibit, but it's best to summarize. Over 120 exhibits have been provided to you. Some admitting where we've been wrong, some showing that we're starting progress and working on some substantive items, and some showing that the issues have been completed. And Commissioner Carrillo, I apologize if in my questioning of Mr. V. Hill, I created confusion as to the establishment of the Raptor system or implementation of the Raptor system. As you'll see in the exhibits, it was not until after Mr. V. Hill's visit. And so.
Mr. Mora, please speak up. Please speak up. Thank you.
Okay, I will do better. Thank you. So, in going through the exhibits, I think it's important to recognize that there are issues that are most in need of work. And first is an apology from La Tierra Montessori to the Pueblo of Oke-Owinge, because in these last 6 months, there was a misunderstanding as to the purpose and the individual for liaising with the tribe. They did misunderstand that was Ron Lovato, whom they were in contact with frequently. But Ron Lovato was the tribe's liaison as it related to the property and not to the education issues. And so, yes, La Tierra Montessori is committed to connecting with Aileen Lopez, Executive Director of Education. And as Mr. Winger stated, I was waiting for the letter as well as he was, because my understanding from our communications is that Miss Lopez was going to state, no, La Tierra Montessori had not been in contact with her this year, or last year, or the year before, or for the entirety of the existence of La Tierra Montessori. And yes, That needs to be corrected. What you have in your exhibits, if you look at Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 2A, is correspondence with Mr. Lovato. Those exhibits are designed just to show evidence of correspondence with him, but what you also find in it, especially Exhibit 1, and I'll give Ms. Munoz a moment to pull it out.
I just wanted to clarify to the commission, the exhibits are in commissioners, I'm trying to back out here, but does everyone have access to the exhibits? Does everyone know where they are? Okay. It says school exhibits in the folder that you all received under 1A, April 20th, La Tierra revocation. So looks like everyone's okay with it. Great.
So it's labeled Exhibit 1 correspondence with Okeowinga. And it's introduced simply to show that there's consistent, constant contact with the property management arm, and that there are requests for inspections, and that they're being informed of compliance that we need to make. I think if you'll go to Exhibit 2A. Oh, I'm sorry, 2A, Ron Lovato correspondence. 2A. There are a lot of 2As, so it's 2A, Ron Lovato. You'll find it under 2A and then R. Okay. Again, correspondence with Mr. Lovato, if you can go down again slightly. I mean up, the other down. In February, asking for an environmental inspection. There are several other exhibits that establish consistent correspondence with Mr. Lovato. One is very important, and I'm sorry that I've lost the number on it, but I will describe it to you. And that is a correspondence with Ron Lovato that says, our lease, which has been for the term of the charter, is, and he doesn't use these words, but I'll describe it this way, a triple net lease, which is we give you the building, you maintain the building. And after contact, is it in the supplemental Ron Lovato correspondence? 2A Ron Lovato correspondence. And it says, we are now going to look at reshifting that lease to a fully maintained lease by the landlord. And that goes to one of the questions, I believe, from Commissioner Carrillo to Mr. V. Hill. Is there a facilities director? And there is not. And that's the importance of shifting the lease to, say, corporation, who has the bandwidth, the contractors, the skilled labor to be able to provide the facilities maintenance. So historically, the school was responsible for all maintenance, and we're shifting that to the landlord.
Mrs. Moore, I just wanted to put into the record that it's Exhibit 2A Ron Lovato correspondence. It's the third one in the Google Drive.
Great, thank you. Well, one of the other issues that's most in need of work is the playground. We heard a lot from Mr. Garcia on that. I'll get to it shortly as I proceed in linear order, but we will show you photographs of the playground being shut down. We'll show you emails with CES vendors trying to get contractors engaged to conduct the work to tear down the existing non-compliant playground and to install a compliant playground. Okay. So like Mr. Winger, I'm going to do my best to proceed by showing you exhibits in order with what I term the 7 items contained in the March 16th notice letter. The exhibits reflect that in the letter, there were items numbered 1 through 7, and that under paragraph 2 especially, there were subparagraphs. Under 2, 3, and 5, there were several subparagraphs, and that's how our exhibits are labeled relating to the subparagraphs. Okay, with regard to playground, in response to the playground audit, I'm going to show you exhibits 2A, playground closed 1 through 13. Cheers. Okay, please proceed to the next one. Now, first and foremost, as Mr. Behill testified, the playground is removed, has a little bit of distance from the school facility, and students are not taken down there. However, to ensure that students don't wander there, you'll also see next an email regarding usage. But until we can get that contractor to actually remove, the best we can do is signage at this moment. I will state as an aside that one contractor offered to do this at cost, but that contractor was the head learner's husband, and we didn't feel that would be appropriate for the head learner's husband to contract to do that. Okay. Next, we will show you, I'm not going to go through all of them. Included were emails of attempts to contact contractors. However, I think it is important for 2A closed playground notice email to be displayed. This is to staff from the head learner. Please be advised, per Risk Services, Palms and Associates, Big Playground is off limits. It's closed until further notice. Please reach out to me if you have any questions or concerns. Is there anything further down below that? But that is on Wednesday, January 25th. Immediate action was taken once information received, the report was received from Palms to close the playground, and staff was made aware to not take the children to the playground. In your Google Drive, and we're not pulling these up, but I do want to direct you to under 2A, when you raise the concerns through the notice of the POM safety audit, you'll find the progress. It's not complete. But there's the addition of office signage. Actually, I want to show that on Exhibit 2A, office signage. But you'll also see work towards improving the building conditions, getting a quote for the electrical work, working with the landlord to inform them of improvements that need to be made and inspections that need to be made, including the advanced remediation mold test and the environmental health inspection that was referenced by Mr. Winger. The requests were by the school. And yes, the results of those reports are pretty harsh and pretty hard to hear. But the requests came from the school through the through the landlord. Unfortunately, included in your materials is the mold report that states there were no mold abnormalities found through a very comprehensive mold test. I won't repeat the IHS inspection. Yes, there were significant issues identified. But when we get to things that have been completed, some of them easy, we've got exhibits 2A with posted evacuation sign. It's got a little hard to see, but it's got the layout of the building and it informs the evacuation routes. Now, in addition, if you look at utility closet 1 and 2, under 2A, it's showing that the immediate things that could be done were done, such as cleaning out the utility closet. If you compare this photograph to the POMS reporting, you will see in the POMS photograph boxes, stacks of items, chemicals, bottles, etc. And if you move on to 2A extinguishers, 1 and 2. Where are we with? Okay. Upon review of the video and upon review of the exhibits, you'll see the tags where they are updated. And part of what was in the POMS report was that the extinguishers were years out of compliance. They've been inspected, they've been updated. And so the low-hanging fruit like that is being done. The contractors are being called to perform those duties. There are exhibits regarding the housekeeping and storage practices in addition to the storage closet. We're not going to go there, but you're going to see those at exhibits 2A, chemical closet, utility closet 1 and 2, and electrical panel. And by the way, the guide that I'm referencing is the exhibit list that is in the file. That is your roadmap to our exhibits. And they're identified by category. much as I'm reading them to you now. One of the other big issues raised, and it's a serious issue regarding student safety, is the subleases of the building to outside entities, to third parties. That would be a venue rental. And we've included, or a venue company, and that's a rental agreement. That's posted as Exhibit 2A. I'm not pulling that up, but that's available to see that there is a rental agreement. But what's important to note is that it's dated 2015. Those tenants have been there since 2015. And as a result of the recommendations from Palms, PCS, who's the other tenant, with a lease agreement dated 2015. So they're almost 8 years each. What we have is Exhibit Lease Termination, Exhibit 2A Lease Termination, which is on your screen. The fortunate thing after our law firm reviewed the two leases is that they have 30-day notice provisions for termination of the lease. Both tenants, one tenant has received a 30-day, and the other tenant actually had in their lease 60 days notice negotiation. They have both received their lease termination notices as of March, Megan, go back up. March 23rd of 2023. So for both tenants those have been issued. We're still within the termination period. So one tenant should be gone by the early part of May and another in June. Now with breaks for the summer, we may need to negotiate a bit with one of the tenants, but to make sure that they are gone before the start of school in the fall. School staffing. La Tierra Montessori and its governing council took very seriously from the notice and from an initial draft of the notice of revocation that it was a concern that the head learner was both the special education provider and the head learner. And the early indications were that that was not sufficient work to do both. The governing council at its March 27th meeting elevated Ms. Herrera to full-time head learner. And if I can opine, that's why you see so much more things getting done. You were correct. So much more is getting done post March 27th with the head learner's focus on being head learner. But that didn't abandon the special ed role. There's a level 3 special education licensed employee with La Tierra, and you'll find at Exhibit 2A, Judy Salapan has been moved to provide special education services. And that exhibit will show you the stipend that she receives, as well as a copy of her licensure, special education level 3 licensure. In hindsight, if I had been as smart as Mr. Winger, I would have put all of these exhibits in one packet in linear order and been able to reference them a little bit easier. As you see, we've got Judy Salapen's licensure showing she's qualified to do that. And as I mentioned to you in that same exhibit, you see that she is being paid a stipend to provide special education services. Also, there's been a lot of discussion and concern about the Montessori mission of La Tierra Montessori. Although the board, the governing council throughout the year has expressed concern whether that mission is achievable, maintainable, affordable, all of those items. It does remain in the contract. It is part of the charter contract and the charter purpose. And so on March 31st, La Tierra provided training, and this is in Exhibit 2A, Indigenous Montessori Institute certificates. It provided training to 7 educators and administrators at La Tierra Montessori, and again using the Indigenous Montessori Learning Center. Give it a moment for that to appear on the screen. Sometimes I wonder if we even need to get it on the screen, but I would like to provide evidence visually also. Okay. So provided through the Curis Children's Learning Center of Cochiti Pueblo, New Mexico. It's hard to distinguish when we go page from page, but you'll see the name in the middle changes. Okay. School health and safety under the CSD site visit report. I'd like to show you what is labeled as Exhibit 2A, LTMAS. That might be a typo, LTMS, daily schedule. Zoom in a little bit. And part of what we're accomplishing with these schedules is addressing the concerns raised in the Indian Health Services report about staffing and taking care of students, covering recesses, covering lunches, et cetera. And so on February 14th, much more focus was put on that. And the schedules were improved and have been enforced. Also relating to school health and safety, we have several exhibits, 2A, secure doors 1 through 7. To demonstrate that the issues regarding doors that didn't stay locked, that could be pulled open, or were not alarmed, have been addressed. And if given the opportunity, we would like to be able to show those to Larry V. Hill with Palms to demonstrate the progress, and also to get feedback to make sure it's being done correctly. Signage, alarms, lock fixes are what you see in these exhibits. A little slower. Yeah, okay. You see the signage of doors to remain closed. Alarm will sound. And additional signage. Okay. The alarms on that door, I think we have better pictures of those. They're dark, but what's also demonstrated are the items. If you see the top right on this picture, it's showing up a little bit dark on the screen. Those are the alarm systems that sound if the contact isn't made. Again, that's an opportunity to speak with, to review with Mr. V. Hill to ensure that those are made. Megan, if you'll stop there. Top left of the door, you're seeing the alarm contact systems. And because it's been a popular topic thus far, relating to school health and safety, it's simply a photograph of the visitor check-in system. Exhibit 2A, visitor check-in 1 through 5. And in that, you'll also see the Raptor system, as well as other signage and securing of entries. Important to note is that the doors and access are locked now, so that what was described earlier, to get into an area with students, you would not be able to enter and roam around. You would outside the locked door do the speaker to inform that they're there to be allowed in, and complete the Raptor system, which scans an ID, creates a badge for the visitor, so that the visitor can be identified and recalled at any point. It's 12:25. I'm going to try and speed up a little bit here. Again, I'm reading from the roadmap that was provided to you as an exhibit list, but I do think there are some things to highlight. You've heard.
Mr. Zamora, I'm sorry to apologize. I apologize for interrupting you. On 2A, the special education information, there are student names on that.
Oh.
And we're trying to get that remedied as well, just in
Okay.
case Ms.
Yes.
Munoz, we didn't want to throw that up onto the screen.
Thank you. I did realize that a little bit earlier in our presentation. I've tried to avoid anything, putting anything on screen with the student name. I will reference Exhibit 2C because we have heard through public comment and through, I believe, Mr. Winger's presentation, concerns of student incidents that have been described as not dealt with, as unaddressed. The head learner, the school is aware of one student incident, which was fully investigated, which was referred to the county sheriff, Rio County Sheriff, for investigation. And both the school and the sheriff's department concluded that there was insufficient evidence to conclude an assault During the time of the investigation by the school, the staff member was placed on leave with pay, as you would do with proper HR practices. So the employee is removed from the workplace, so no incident happens again. And so that the staff member cannot have undue influence on an investigation. When the investigation was complete and the allegations were unable to be corroborated, the staff member was returned and a meeting was held between the head learner and the parent to inform of the conclusions. Thank you, Chair Brower, for that reminder. With regard to the urgent fiscal concerns under Section 3 of the March letter, the notice of revocation letter, I do want to remind the Commission the findings, the problems, the issues raised were for the year ended 6/30/2022, for the last school year, not for this current school year. And what you will find in our supplemented exhibits, we turned in all exhibits at one point last week and then asked for the ability to supplement. We were waiting on the V Hill group to provide its management responses to the concerns raised in the audit. Those are included as an Exhibit 3A response by V Hill group. And you'll have the opportunity to review this. You'll find in Exhibits 4, corresponding with concerns relating to the contract and state standards of excellence. Concerns have been expressed by PEC about providing the standardized testing. You will find evidence of providing standardized testing by the school at Exhibits 4. And there are 2 documents there. Finally, and I've addressed this earlier on concerns about the Montessori programming in 5B. In 5B, under 2A, email correspondence with Indigenous Montessori Learning Center and the Indigenous Montessori Institute certificates. We have demonstrated a continuation of the Montessori programming and staff attendance as well. And I've lost the number, Ms. Munoz. Included in your exhibits is the actual presentation, the materials provided by the Indigenous Montessori Learning Center. So you have a comprehensive material packet. Under 5C, Exhibit 5C, there's one document, and this is a place that we're still lagging. We've submitted mission-specific goals, but they are not complete, and we still wish to work with Charter School Division as well as PEC to finalize some mission-specific goals that are sufficient to meet the needs of the school, as well as sufficient to meet the requirements of PEC and Charter School Division. Finally, in Supplemental Exhibit 6, there are 7 exhibits that are snapshots of communications, examples of communications that go out to the community. There have been statements in some open forum testimony that the school doesn't communicate, doesn't keep them up to date on big changes, such as the previous head learner for the last school year. Those notices went out and are evidenced in Exhibit 6. They're really simply demonstrative to show the level of communication that goes out to the community. And then governing council changes. The final component. We don't attach any exhibits, but the membership has been stable this year. The same 5 members are on today as started the year. A real big change that the board supported, approved, and implemented at its last board meeting is the creation of a board member application for people to express their interest, put down their credentials, show their qualifications for being a board member. That was posted in March. It was approved at the last March meeting and posted on the website, inviting all members of the community. You've heard in public forum several parents stating, please turn this over to the parents. I think we've had previous discussions. I think the PEC discussed it at its last meeting. There isn't an authority to remove the board and replace the board. But after that hearing, PEC hearing, is when the governing council created the application, posted the application. Per its bylaws, there's a minimum of 5 board members required for La Tierra and a maximum of 9. So at the very least, there are 4 positions that will be open at the annual meeting held in June. And La Tierra is encouraging all applicants. And so some of the folks that have been on public forum, all of the folks that have been on public forum that wish to lead this organization have an opportunity to apply for and fill at least 4 vacancies. And again, as it states on both in the bylaws as well as on the application, it states the timelines and process for conducting the election and states that one will be conducted at its annual meeting in June. So governing council changes are on the forefront. That I would also like to inform that in your document packets, La Tierra has submitted a corrective action plan proposal intended as a working document so that if the commission chooses to engage in a revised corrective action plan, it can account for those items that are already accomplished, as well as put more specific deadlines on what needs to be accomplished. So I do want to inform you that that was provided earlier this week through Ms. Barnes, and that was uploaded into your documents so that you can see the seriousness and the attempt of La Tierra Montessori to continue operating and serving its students, but under a revised corrective action plan. Thank you. That concludes my review of the documents.
Thank you, Mr. Zamora. It is 12:30. Do we want to take a lunch break, Commission? Before we move into questions?
Yeah, some kind of break. We can take lunch after the hearing completes. But snack break? I don't know, whatever. I'm sorry, what?
Should we take a 25-minute break?
I think just since we don't have a time, like we knew you only had an hour. I don't know, we don't know how long this next section is going to be. Could be 10 minutes, it could be 3 hours. So I would say just do it now.
The
lunch
next
break?
time isn't
Mhm.
time. So it could take, I think it could take a significant amount of time.
Thank you, commissioners. Let's take lunch until 1:30. Thank you. Commissioners and public, we're going to come back together in a few more moments here, but just to get ready, Cindy, I want to make sure your fingers are ready within the next minute or so. All right, commissioners and public, we're going to come up back together. It is 1:35, and we're going to move back into item number 4 of our hearing. And we're going to part C, questions by commissioners. And again, I just want to remind the commissioners that our questions are related to what was shared today and directed to the council. Commissioner Ingham.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, I thought that I saw a copy of the board application letter, but I couldn't find it. Is that, do I have it on? I would like to see that. If you had a copy of it, I couldn't find it.
Okay.
I'd like to have some understanding of what the criteria is, because you've insinuated that there's an opportunity for the community to get elected to the board, and that if that application is going to allow, who's going to be allowed to apply for that board member? Yep.
Commissioner Ingham, we're able to find it on the website for La Tierra, and then we're going to share screen on it. It's not in the exhibit, but we are able to share screen from the website. So, yes, let me just summarize the page you're on. Okay.
Who is speaking?
This is Gino Zamora on behalf
Oh,
of
thank you.
La Tierra
Thank you.
Montessori. And to answer Commissioner Ingham's question regarding the process for recruiting new membership. You just had it. Where'd it go? Okay. On the Governing Council's webpage, it's got LTMAS Governance Board Recruitment. The Governance Board is seeking candidates to serve on its board. Interested individuals can submit a letter of interest to. And it's got Governing Council at montessorilatierra.org. And to go through the application itself, our law firm, and specifically me, I assisted La Tierra with the preparation of this. Several school districts throughout the years have gone through filling vacancies. And so because we represent about 25 school districts in the state and one of the state colleges, we adapted a public school district board vacancy form. But in this case, to conform with the bylaws of La Tierra Montessori. And so what you have in front of you is the application. They're asked to submit a current resume, a letter of interest. And then it says it recommends being familiar with the Charter Schools Act, as well as being familiar with policies and procedures. Allows an individual to provide their full name, their full legal name, preferred name, date of birth, business addresses, and then it requests disclosures that would be typical considerations for board members, just to see whether there are any conflicts from family employees. So it asks if there are any employees working. There is not a prohibition in the bylaws, but it is important to be aware of the disclosure. Governmental Conduct Act requires disclosure of real and potential conflicts of interest. There is no prohibition in the bylaws for parents serving. But it does ask whether or not there are children enrolled. And that gives the board the opportunity to say, we're short parent representatives, or we're overfilled on those. There is a notice in there. So what occurs when you're filling a board vacancy, it's not the same as a public election and in a public election, the media and others will scrutinize. And so there is just a notation in there that LTMAS or its representatives will be conducting a public records review of court records, because of course it would be concerning if there were crimes against a child or something of that sort in the background. But it is not a background check. It's an online check of public records.
Okay, so there was a place there where you had referenced bylaws, I think. And I just trying to make sure that there was nothing buried there that would keep a person, one of the people that are obviously very involved in being a part of the board, like expectations of professional degrees or understanding. I think also there needs to be a willingness, because we have a fairly rigorous requirement for training. As board members, they have to be willing and committed to doing that board training. And I don't know if you mentioned that in here. And I mean, because I believe, is the rest of you, that was another question, is the rest of the board current on their training for ESD? So that's two questions, sorry.
Sure. I'll answer the second first, Commissioner Ingham. Because that was not in the notice of revocation, that is not anything we prepared to answer today, so I don't know the status of that.
Is that something we could ask? Oh, she's not, oh, sorry.
And secondarily, the one prohibition that is in the bylaws, there is pursuant to bylaws section 3.2, individuals who have immediate family members that are school employees are ineligible to serve on the governing council. And of course, that's in quotes lifted directly from the bylaws. Bylaws define immediate council members as, and then it lays out who those individuals are.
Could you scroll up and so we could pull up that link to the?
Those are to the policies. Would you like us to click on it? That's not to the bylaws, but it's to the policies. Oh, okay. We do have bylaws there. And I have a copy with me here regarding the elections section. There, other than what has been cited, any other criteria or requirements for governing council would have been included in the application? There aren't.
Okay.
There aren't.
One final question, and that is, when does the chairmanship come up for reelection?
I believe that's at each annual meeting. All officers, by bylaw, all officers are up for election at each annual meeting.
Those are when?
So June.
June also. So
Yes.
you would have new board members and then at the same time, like we did. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, new officers.
Commissioner Taylor, then Commissioner Gibson.
So, yeah, thank you very much. Mr. Zamora, when did it become apparent to the school that Ms. Lopez was the point of contact for the educational liaison with the tribal council or the authorities for the tribe?
During the process of preparation for today's hearing, PEC council disclosed her name and position. Prior to that, the school was not aware of her or her position.
So when was that? Like,
10 days, within the last 10 days to 2 weeks.
all right. And that's short term, but have they attempted to contact Ms. Lopez at this point? She's had no contact with them, she said, but.
That is correct. There has not been an attempt, although there has been a proposal to reach out to her and attempt to have a meeting prior to May 1st.
Okay, right. So I still have, lots of concerns. The scope, typically when we're dealing with problems or issues with a school, we're focused, we're focused in one area, obviously we are, we've got facilities issues, we've got complaints about leadership. One of my big concerns is one of the ones that maybe wasn't identified as a real concern, but just the fact that students are arriving at 7:45 and teachers are leaving doors propped open for teachers, their friends that are coming late after 8:20. That goes to me, that shows me just a sort of an attitude that is prevalent amongst even the teachers in that. And it extends all the way down to, if you look at the academic performance of the kids, they're all in almost every aspect, they're below state averages, you know? So it's like we're dealing with, as you made reference to earlier, lots of big elephants. And so with a small staff and even taking small bites of those elephants along the way, you know, I feel like the ultimate end result is the kids are the ones that are suffering through this, right? And so at what time do we say, okay, let's cut ties and pull the Band-Aid off and let these kids find someplace else where their needs can be met? You know, I really struggle with the magnitude of the issues that we're dealing with in all of these different areas, and the ones that are suffering are the kids, you know. So that's more of a statement than a question, you know, but I have deep concern in those regards.
Commissioner Taylor, thank you. I think your observations are consistent with some of the theming I've used today. There are some systemic issues. There are some in the building culture issues that are in the process of being corrected. That can lead to unpopularity. Years of not managing staff arrival and departure time can turn into resentment when schedules come in and enforcement comes in. The students arrive at 8. The observations were that staff wasn't arriving on time. But since that February 14th schedule revision, there has been enforcement, and it has led to struggles with staff. And threats of discipline, unpaid leaves. That can make a head learner incredibly unpopular with staff. And especially if staff's communicating displeasure to parents, to correct this is going to be tough.
Right.
It's in process, but it takes time, and it's hard. It's hard to change it immediately. It takes time. It takes reinforcement. It takes boundaries. It takes renewal of contracts. It takes non-renewal of contracts to engage in culture change. But I have been very direct regarding the head learner's presence for 5 months, that the systemic issues are hard to solve in 5 months. But with the large elephants in the room and with the bites at a time, they're in process.
But yeah, and I mean, it goes still to my concern that meanwhile, while we're taking these small bites of the elephant, the kids are continuing to be in a situation that may not be the most ideal situation for them, and we're not providing the best course for them necessarily as we try to get everything organized and in place and correct the systemic issues. You know, they still continue to struggle and not have the best of situations, you know. And I mean, ultimately, that's why we're there, right? So.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Taylor, one last follow-up on that. I listened very closely now for at least the 3rd time during my tenure, and I'm with La Tierra for about a month and a half. At least the 3rd time of public forum. And I heard it again today in public forum. Don't like the school, we don't like the head learner, we don't like the governing council, we don't like specific names of people. But the students and the teachers have to be commended. is the theme coming out of public forum. And the students and the teachers are doing well. And that's when I talk about some of these. Are we talking about adult issues? Are we talking about kid issues? There is testimony today from parents, displeased parents, saying that they're pleased with the teachers and with the kids in the classroom.
One final thing, one of the exhibits on here, it's 2A. It was the report that Mr. Winger referenced in regards to environmental health safety inspection conducted by the Albuquerque area IHS. That was dated 3/21 of this year, well into this whole process of trying to make corrections and trying to improve situations and so forth. And yet there's still a vast number of issues that are not addressed. That to me is concerning. I mean, I think if you're under the microscope and you're struggling for the last 6 months, to have something that's less than a month ago or right at a month still report fairly large issues with how things are being managed and handled, that again is concerning to me. How did the governing council and the teachers administration, how did they manage or receive this this most recent inspection, and what changes maybe have been made in regards to those items listed on here?
Commissioner Taylor, I have not seen the governing body's review of this report, so there are portions I'll be unable to respond to you on. What I will state is this: the report's very concerning, and I think it's heavily weighted toward the issues regarding the facility. The majority of the concerns, and even some of the very stark conclusions, and we'll compare that with Larry B. Hill saying, you know, he's not recommending leaving the building. He's recommending work on the building, maybe some additional tests, but it falls in the middle with regard to school facilities.
Move closer to the mic.
This report has a stronger conclusion. Why are they in the building? And what postdates that report is the conversation with, say, corporation to say, we need significant changes. We need bids on electrical work. We need bids on trades work to improve this building. And say corporation also stating that they will take over the maintenance, but that they had not been maintaining in the past. So for 8+ years, it's like any of our homes. You do deferred maintenance for 8 to 10 to 15 years, you're going to end up with a report like this. And that's what we're working through. But we have a good partner in Say Corporation, and we appreciate that the Pueblo, through Say Corporation, is going to be working with us to address the concerns in the building. But La Tierra accepts that is a harsh report and a big wake-up call, and they're acting on it and finding the professionals to come to the table to do it.
Thank you. Commissioner Gibson, then I'm going to reserve some time.
You know, and Mr. Zamora, I appreciate the journey you've tried to take us on and outlining this as a roadmap for improvement. I think, unfortunately, your journey begins a little later than my journey begins. if I'm using a AAA triptych, you've got pages that you flip over. Yours is starting in the middle of my triptych with this school. We started back with this school, and I agree, the commission has been trying very hard over the past several years to be prescriptive, not proscriptive. That we're here to help the school to improve and offer support as best we can. And I think we've done that through the engagement with the school, not since March, and say, oh, there was a wake-up call in March, and we now hear you that the head learner shouldn't be 0.5. We've been saying that since back in probably June, definitely July. The first letter of concern went out in August, which means the school was here in July, and we talked about this. And we have expressed concerns on the record, and the transcripts of our meetings are part of the record of this hearing, that we've expressed that concern to the school over and over again. But now it's as a result of the revocation hearing that, oh, we better do something about this. But in the meantime, there's been concerns raised, and I don't see, unfortunately, in the record, I see in the record the pull-out calendar, and I see a signature page for the SPED corrective action plan, but the action plan itself isn't in the documents, so I don't see it. And what does concern me is how many hours is the school potentially still behind in servicing students? And that's where we've been expressing concerns over and over again, that with the ability for someone to try to right the ship and they're only a 0.5, that is a nearly impossible task. But on the record, that head learner did respond to us when we raised concerns about doors being open, about staff coming in late, and her response was, what do you want me to do about it? And do you know how many rocks are in northern New Mexico? Do you want me to remove all the rocks in northern New Mexico? That was her response to us when we raised those concerns back months ago about safety of students at the school. And I appreciate the fact that parents are coming and saying, oh, the teachers are doing a great job, the students are happy. And, parents have invested. Parents don't want to admit that they're sending their child to a school that's not good for them. I mean, I understand that, but we have an obligation to make sure that students are going someplace that is a safe environment. In my previous life, I did contract enforcement and contract negotiations. I am very well aware of how difficult it is to do a turnaround, but that's the job of a head learner. The governance council did not do their job for months, month after month after month, in keeping her at a 0.5. I acknowledge the fact that no one at a 0.5 position can fix the problems that were in the school. That was an untenable position that governance council put her in, with us expressing month after month after month that this has to be addressed. So that's where, at this moment in time, for a school to come to us and say, oh, look, now we're fixing it. The corrective action plan that was provided to us is the same corrective action plan that has been provided to us for at least 3 months, The only thing that has changed is they're kicking the problem down the road. They've changed the dates of when things are going to be fixed by. For me, for a school to say, give us that second chance or third chance or fourth chance. They needed to come to us and say, look at all the things that we've fixed. Look at this, and not that since March we've fixed it, but for month after month after month, the school was not coming to us and saying, this is what we're doing. These are the steps we've taken to try to fix this. They had a wake-up call in March, and that's when they decided that they were going to start, oh, we better really start fixing this now. And that's, you know, it's a little too late for the massive amount of fixes that needed to take place, and an acknowledgement, because too many months have gone by when members of the governance council have come here and all they keep doing is looking back and saying, it's not our fault. It's the previous head learner. It's the previous governance council. It's not our fault. Instead of saying, you know what? Yeah, we weren't here, but we're going to move forward and try to fix this. But they just kept coming back month after month to us with excuses as to why they weren't accountable for those problems, and not coming to us and showing us a genuine interest in trying to take care of the health and safety of students in the schools. But and maybe I ranted too long, but I do have a couple of questions. When the Palms, oh, sure.
Thank you, Commissioner Gibson. To put the full context in, yes, there was a false start in the July to October timeframe, because there have been two, well, actually, this is the third head learner, right? There was a head learner at the end of last school year, and then the school year began with a different head learner that was then switched out. And Miss Adetta was brought in October at halftime, halftime head learner in October. And so, yes, in the last 4.5 months, here's where we are. It's a double-edged sword. La Tierra Montessori accepts that itself, as a school, got itself in this position. We have not backed away from that. January, and not March, is when La Tierra started approaching SAY Corporation, and that's what initiated the IHS inspection. It also initiated the mold inspection that was completed in mid-February. In an ideal world, these things wouldn't have started in January. They would have started the first week of October when Miss Adetta, or head learner Adetta, started. They take time. The school got itself here, but the distinction is this. The distinction is this. In the 5 months that Miss Adetta has been here, she's fixing the 7 issues that are in the revocation notice that are systemic. They did not start five months ago. And it's not simply intended to not take responsibility. In fact, she's done exactly the opposite. Leases that have been in place 8 years, she's issuing eviction notices. But these things, they do take time. And I think I would be dishonest with the PEC if I didn't acknowledge that they started before October 1st, that they started before July 1st in the great majority of these. But the school owns it. And the current executive of the school is Miss Adetta. And what we've tried to convey in the exhibits is the work that has been done to this point. Thank you.
And I appreciate that, and I know at this point in time, you're representing the school, but I want to say that the school, members of the governance council, have never acknowledged that they're at fault. You are saying that now, but no one from the school prior to this moment, no one actually from the school has owned what has happened. They haven't. And I fully acknowledge the difficulties Ms. Herrera has. She was the one who responded that she can't make people come to school, and do you want me to remove all the rocks? That was her statement, not any of the prior head administrators. But the governance council has been here. It's been the governance council, head of the governance council, that's been at these meetings that we have spoken to. So regardless of who the head learner is, the governance council is also responsible for making sure that this is going on, regardless of who the head administrator is. So but I do have a question about the lease, or the leases, because I couldn't see in the lease of the school, where they had the ability to sublease. So it's a little concerning to me that those subleases existed, because I couldn't see in the lease that they had the legal ability to do those subleases. So that's concerning to me. And it was through this population of materials that I think any of us became aware that those subleases existed. This is the first time I've known of that. So I have a concern over that.
Commissioner Gibson. The current administration shares that concern. Number one, because it wasn't in the notice. I do not have a ready answer for what the original lease allowed for, but Palms did raise it in its report that it was a safety concern to have the sublessors there, people who are probably not background checked, people who do not have an educational relationship to the campus. And that is why the eviction notices have gone out. I apologize that I have not read that portion of the lease that you're asking about as to whether it's there, but whether or not they were allowed to, no longer. And those eviction notices are issued, and the time will expire soon for them to vacate the premises.
And in regards to the Palms report, was that shared with Okewenge when it was received? Because that would go to more to the facility folks than it would to the tribal education folks.
Although we're not taking testimony, I had to look for a head nod behind me. What I knew had happened from my preparation for today was that the details of the report were shared, but I was not sure if the report itself was shared. And Ms. Adetta confirmed for me that yes, the report was shared with them.
Thanks. Thank you.
I have a few questions. You're going to say something else real quick, or? Okay.
Commissioner Gibson, I think you asked where the corrective action plan for special education was in all the documents. It's at PEC 139.
And when I look at my populated list here, I don't have PEC.
Mr. Zamora, I want to just acknowledge that there's a lot of the exhibits that you shared today does show progress.
Thank you.
That helps me. Still have concerns because of the scope of the problems that we're seeing and the concerns that we have. But I wanted to share, I see progress. I wanted to touch base on a few things that are progress, but I have some clarifying questions. In some of the exhibits, I'm sorry, I didn't write those down, but there was the security resources that were put on the doors. Yes. And the signage and the new visitor sign-in process. Those are all good steps. The other step that I thought was really helpful to piggyback off of something that Commissioner Gibson just mentioned, one of the things that was just heartbreaking to me when I first came on to the commission was that there were students at the school without any staff, like no staff were at the school. So students were hanging out. Ms. Herrera mentioned this, that this was an issue. She also mentioned at the time that what is she supposed to do? How can she get staff to show up on time? And this is no indictment towards you, Ms. Herrera, but I'm just parroting back what you shared. The new schedule that you all shared is progress, just like the resources that we see for technology and for security. Those resources, though, including the new schedule, really doesn't hold much water unless there's new staff training and ways to ensure that they're actually being implemented. What evidence do you all have that there has been like retraining and staff are understanding of the how to use these resources, and that teachers are legitimately showing up and taking their seat or their spot in that new master schedule?
Chair Brower, again, bit by bit, piece by piece, there are trainings being scheduled. There was a safety training with Jim Vautier regarding lockdowns and school site safety that was just conducted at the end of March. There was the Montessori training that has come in. There have been the schedules, as you mentioned. There have been the emails to implement them. And in addition, there have been the one-to-one meetings when staff has been late, because it doesn't stop overnight. It's training. And there have been the conversations of, oh, just flex it out. Oh, just use my vacation time. Oh, use my sick leave. And the answer is no. You're required to be here at this time. You're not at this time. You're going to be docked pay for that. It has not reached a point of discipline at this point in time. But those are the hard things. That's what's next. There's letters of coaching, letters of warning, there's actual reprimands, and there's termination and discharge. Nothing has reached that point with regard to the start times, but as counsel for the school, unfortunately, those are things we're very familiar with. And with 25 school districts, there's discharge and non-renewal season, and we're approaching that now. So culture change is hard. The conversations have been had. Those are oral conversations at this point, but it's, like I say, it hasn't reached a discipline level, but that is the next level.
Thank you. I just wanted to touch base just a little bit on
Chair Brower, there's also as exhibit 2 in the supplemental exhibits to a PLC, there are sign-in sheets for professional development days, the most recent being held on April 14th. So a lot of this training is being reinforced through professional development days.
I see that. I think for me, what would be helpful if that document showed, this is the training for the new visitor log system, or whatever you call that thing.
Right.
This is how we are ensuring that we're using best practices and making sure that the doors are locked and we understand how to open them in case of an emergency. But I'm not nickel and diming, but I just think about it's very obvious to me that there needs to be a cultural change and shift at La Tierra. And and again, as I said before, I think there's been progress. Give credit where credit's due, and I want to do that, but also just knowing the mountain that we need to climb to make sure we're doing right by students and the community is something that I'm thinking about for sure.
Chair Brower, if I may make something clear, because I would hate to give the wrong impression. There are good parents, a lot of good caring parents at La Tierra Montessori, a lot of good kids, a lot of good teachers, a lot of good staff, and a lot of good administrators, and a lot of committed governing council members. But there is time and culture shift and change to unite all of those. And that's a work in progress.
For sure. I have two more things. Mr. Zamora, it's so hard, it's so painfully hard for me to understand how the school did not know Eileen Lopez was the point of contact as the tribal education director at the school. It's painfully hard for me to understand. And I'm trying to seek, and I'm trying to suspend judgment on how that's possible on the lone school in the valley that's on Okeawingi land in terms of a charter school. That they're literally in the village and they didn't know who to talk to. That's hard for me to understand, especially knowing that person, Ms. Lopez, has been in that position for at least 3 years. At least 3 years. And so I just do think that like tribal consultation is something not to be taken lightly. And when I talked to Ms. Lopez, she mentioned to me this is the only school that doesn't do this. And this is the school, a charter school that's on tribal lands. So I just wanted to share that on the record, that's something that's bothersome to me, that's easily corrected, but it sounds like that's also been potentially an element of like a need for a shift in culture and ensuring that we are not just satisfying the requirements, but respecting sovereignty and respecting that process.
Chair Brower, exactly what you've just described is why it's in the proposal for not only conducting a meeting prior to May 1st, but quarterly thereafter as part of the requirements from PEC so that it develops that habit, that muscle memory. What I think La Tierra will find after their first meeting is that it opens up to them a wealth of resources and expertise on how to provide valuable programming at their school. I wish that I could provide you with a clear reason why. And the sole reason, at least for the last 5 months, has, and this isn't the best answer, but it's been the interaction with Say and Mr. Lovato that just seemed to garner that connection. But it's painfully clear today that was not sufficient, and they intend to remedy that.
I'd love for you to walk through the corrective action plan that you shared, especially I've reviewed it in similar sentiment as Commissioner Gibson mentioned. We've seen a lot of similar things here. I'd love for you all to walk through how should I, as a commissioner, have confidence that this time around is going to be the time that we're gonna get some things in order, and it's going to be meeting the deadlines that we have on this paper, and that these deadlines matter. So I'd love for with that, I'd love for you to us through it, but with a focus in on how is this different than the last couple times that we've gone through this.
Chair Brower, Commissioner. Chair Brower, Commissioners. The corrective action plan that we've submitted, I would like to put the caveat in there that this is intended to be a discussion document. To not be perfect in its proposal, but to get something out there for discussion and finalization. And that is.
Yeah, could you pull it up, Ms. Munoz? Thank you. I have it here, but I'm not technology connected right now, so.
Thank goodness Ms. Munoz is of the younger generation. She can do this better. So with that context, this is an initial discussion document to reach a resolution. I will say that the tone of this document, once complete, I sat in on a Supreme Court hearing once, not for me, but for someone I care about, who was a lawyer getting his license back. And the justice of the court said, "You're getting your license back for the second time. Have you ever heard of anyone getting their license back for the third time?" Trying to get through the emotion. And so the Supreme Court justice said, "Counselor, you're getting your license back for the second time. Have you ever heard anyone get it back for the third time?" And the respondent answered, "No. And I don't expect to come back and ask you if it's a third time." And I think we're at that point where this document has to be serious. The deadlines have to be reasonable, achievable, but also serious. Because I don't know that La Tierra Montessori gets to come back for another corrective action plan after this. And so that's the intent. That is the context for this. So I'll go through the plan, sort of thumbnail sketch it. In some instances, even as the days go by, some of the proposals expire because they're further along in process. As I talked about with tribal consultation, meet with Ms. Lopez by May 1st, thereafter at least quarterly. And if we don't, and we don't provide the evidence of that at the time for review of this, Mr. Winger pointed out, on that item alone, you can consider revocation without any of the rest of them. So for tribal consultation, it's important to have that government-to-government relationship and recognition and respect. And so that's why that proposal is there. Some of these are a little bit amorphous. I'm gonna be honest with you, playground. First thing we got to do is rip it out. Next thing we got to do is build it back and build it back correctly and sign it correctly. It's a little bit hard. That's a harder one because Ms. Herrera has been, for speed and ease, polling CES contractors and specifically playground contractors, not only to clear it out, but also to rebuild it. And the timeframes are tough. The timeframes are tough. So that's a hard one. But to the, I think where that could probably evolve is with deadlines for removal of the existing equipment. And then I think we can build out at least getting an RFP out, if not using CES. The signs, the labels, the information, again, these are tied together. If we don't have a playground, what signage do we need? But when we get it in, we'd better be in compliance, and we better, as Mr. Garcia said, people call them on the front end. Call them on the front end. What do we need? Who should we be talking to when we're reviewing proposals? Are these proposals complete? So it's that type of interaction. And the disabled access features, building a whole new playground. Are those in the plans? Maybe they're not installed yet. Maybe installation doesn't come for 6 more months, but are they in the plans? The things to think about. I think that generally covers all the playground issues. I don't want to go cell by cell on that. We did put a deadline in the final cell on playground, schedule removal of improper equipment by May 15th. That date I think might be a little, if I were re-proposing it, I might give it a little bit more flexibility. And the difference between getting it done May 15th or June 15th or July 15th, I would defer to negotiation to the PEC on that, but clearly prior to the beginning of school next year, in July 31st at the latest. I think we proposed May 15th just to show ready for action. The Palm Safety Audit, as we get into that proposal. We've got May 30th is a deadline for main office signage outside the office building leading up to main office, each exit. And to have the parking stall, this is in consultation with SAY, the parking stall stripes painted, parking lot stall painting by June 30th, 2023. So again, addressing the parking lot issues that Mr. Garcia raised.
Mr. Zimmer, real quick, does this also include the assessment that was most recently done also by the, what was the last assessment? Was that the BIA that came in or BIE that came in? Yeah, the safety assessment. Does this corrective action plan include some of those elements as well?
One second.
Sorry, I meant the environmental health, that element.
The IHS survey. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm talking about that as well as what Mr. Vigil was talking about today too, the assessment that we haven't received yet. So both of those things seem like they're a little bit more fresh, and that's what I was wondering if there was a chance to bake some of those elements in, especially the things that were new from that.
So
like the turtle pond, for instance.
Right. The short answer is IHS has not been integrated into this, but yes, we're open to and agree that it should be integrated into. And all the turtles have been removed from the school. So looking at the Palm Safety Audit, again, I'll skip and summarize, but the building conditions, as we've introduced in the exhibits, SAY Corporation is gearing up to address the issues. And again, we'll be likely negotiating a new lease to cover those, the fact that they'll be providing the improvements. And during that time, just as a lawyer that's dealt with this before, we're going to have to appropriately manage in the lease the use of HB 33 and SB 9 monies so that allocations to La Tierra for capital improvements can be properly utilized. Although we've met things like doors, exits, and means of egress, I think it's good to keep them on there so that we're routinely checking them and ensuring compliance. And the mechanical and utility systems are part of what we're working with SAY on. They have electricians retained and laborers to be able to make those corrections also. Back to some of the cultural issues when it comes to chemicals and chemical storage. It's ensuring that we continue the process of the safety data sheets, the proper storage, et cetera. Again, a good thing to leave on here so that as we're working through this, we're ensuring that we don't fall backwards into bad habits. The housekeeping and storage practice, the removal of debris outside, although it's begun, is not completed. And so we're looking at May 30th for that also. And we've already covered the leases, but I do think there's a report that should be contained within this as to the status to confirm again that the tenants have vacated and that we don't have those same security risks. A lot of the work on classroom and office inspections have been done as it relates to tables, furnishings, countertops, clutter, all of that. From the photographs, it does appear that we're still going to need to work on material replacements. And we have July 15th in there. Some of these, again, I do think we have flexibility. We could build in flexibility to July 31, but that particular cell is definitely a prior to students re-entering in the fall.
Sure. Mr. Samora, I think that this is helpful for me, if it's okay. I want to make sure I'm respectful of the other commissioners as well. I may have some questions around educational programming as well and what's going to be changing around that. It is, like I said, giving credit where credit's due. I'm glad that you all have worked with the Indigenous Montessori Institute. That has been something that we've heard often. I know that's happened most recently, but that's I just want to share and put that on the record. That's good that has happened, because that's been something that I've heard since January when I joined the commission. The last thing I wanted to share is I wanted to just acknowledge Ms. Herrera is there with you. She's present here with you as well. So I wanted to put that onto the record. And with that, I'll rest for right now. I think Commissioner Creo was next. I think she was after you, if I remember better. And then Vice Chair Burt, you can go next.
Chair?
I would first echo a lot of the concerns that have been brought up so far. So I have notes. I'm going to be skipping around because my notes skip around. Relative to food safety and food service, to the best of your knowledge, are any of the people who are involved in the food delivery Serve Safe certified? It's what servers and restaurants and everyone's got to go through if you're handling food in New Mexico. Everyone's got to have a Serve Safe certificate.
I did not research that prior to today's hearing, and so I do not have an answer for that.
Okay. I would have them make a note of it. Yeah, anyone transferring food from a Curdy to the site, being mindful of temperatures, being mindful of how food storage works, all of that stuff.
Thank you.
You're welcome. How to use a 3-sink compartment correctly. All of that is part of Serve Safe. And as I said, I'm going to skip around. I'm going to start with, if you wouldn't mind bringing up Exhibit 2A5, it's playground. If we could put that on the screen. Are we bringing that up? gonna leave that up there. Okay, so I'm gonna say, in echoing a great deal of what Ms. Gibson said, I'm gonna say the roads, I'm paraphrasing whatever the cliche, the road to success is paved with good intentions. We have seen one cap after another, literally, and I'm using the word literally correctly, with no completion dates, no, this is performed by dates, but all we're going to call this person. We're going to reach out to this person. We're looking into this. That's what it's been for months on end. I wanted to put that slide in particular up because to me, very unfortunately, that is representative of the school right now. And as I understand it, even though there's a letter from, I've got it up here, the letter from, I believe it's the 25th, closing the playground, it was still actually being used. Kids were still running around on it until the caution tape was put up on April 12th. Okay, you're shaking your head, but that's what I, in terms of, yeah, I had not copped you, that sounds, I have acknowledged that I've spoken with parents and that they've reached out to me. All through, they're commissioner.
Chair, Commissioner Carrillo, I think where my struggle is if we're introducing evidence from outside this hearing.
Okay. I understand. I get it. Okay, so Mr. Zamora, you were the counsel for quite a bit of time for Santa Fe Public Schools, correct?
Commissioner Brower, Councilor Carrillo, to this day, yes.
Oh, well, now independently with your firm, but you were actually employed by SFPS as counsel prior to
Yes.
joining Mr. Ortiz.
For 2 years, 2013 through 2015, I was in-house general counsel for Santa Fe Public Schools.
And you were a pleasure to work with, okay?
Thank you, yourself also.
Absolutely. Do you remember or were you present at the time the federal turnaround program was implemented for Ramirez Thomas School?
Commissioner Carrillo, I don't recall being involved with that as it related to Ramirez Thomas School.
Are you familiar
or
with
any other.
federal turnaround programs, how they'll work for a specific school in a district or as a charter?
Commissioner Carrillo, I have not been directly engaged with federal turnaround programs,
Okay.
either at Santa Fe Public Schools or in my private practice.
Okay. My understanding of what made that successful at Ramirez Thomas is one of the first things you do in a federal turnaround program as a condition for getting, in this case, $1 million a year for 3 years, is pretty much everybody in a management level position is terminated because they're seen as the cause for that school failing so miserably. And when I think about turnaround models, I think about it's like when you see a sign versus under new ownership versus under new management for a restaurant or a business. There's that point at which that entity cannot continue with that current leadership. We all know what the challenges are, but it cannot continue. And that's what the turnaround model is. As I understand it, the federal turnaround model, I don't think they have it in existence anymore. But when they did Ramirez Thomas, that's what it was. And I think that highlights a lot of the concerns that I have, I can't speak for others, with the staff, the leadership and the board at La Tierra. The very fact that Chair Brower had said, I'll use the word unconscionable, that you couldn't have known who the director of education was for OK Awinga and not reached out to them for months and months and years on end. It makes absolutely no sense except neglect, which is why I wanted to leave that picture up there. We have made so many attempts to give the school, I believe, every opportunity and then some. I won't even say reasonable opportunity, possible opportunity, because I know there's that difference legally is every reasonable versus every possible. We have made every possible attempt. And to no avail had results. It's always, and even I think you mentioned, there was a slide that was up where the date was, it was under parking. Scheduling parking by, well, whatever it was, June 31st. It's not a completed by date. We're going to schedule this. You could schedule it for whatever, but there's no completion date. And that's been the story of our relationship with the school. And now we hear that you intend to reach out to the Pueblo by May 1st, even though you've been in, and both parties have stipulated this, you've been in absolute violation of the contract by not doing so. And now you intend to do so by May 1st, but how many times have we seen these dates come and go? And that is, as it's been stipulated, in and of itself is cause for revocation. Not to mention that photograph that I'm going to leave up there. That is just, I can't even, I would never, ever, ever let my late son play in an area like that. And I know that it was roped off, we'll say January 25th, that it was absolutely closed. But all those years prior, because this is just, as all of us who have children know, you go to a playground these days and every effort is made to make sure nobody can even get a splinter or get hurt or even fall too far off a slide. All playgrounds these days seem to be designed by attorneys. And you might remember this, Mr. Zamora, because you're from Santa Fe. The slide that used to be at the church, Capital Christian on Cordova, it was the best slide in all of Santa Fe. It was stainless steel and it was really high and you could go really fast. Well, they took that out. But that's where our kids play. But but now playgrounds are designed by attorneys. What?
Wax paper.
Oh man, it was the best playground. Our kids loved it. Best playground ever. I mentioned the turnaround model in relation to staffing. I'm mentioning the parking in relation to there's never any completion by dates. We did make an effort, and one of our former commissioners, because we heard comments so often, and we agreed, like, why can't the adults just get together and work this out? And we even had a commissioner who's no longer with us offer to mediate, to get the parties together, just to talk with one another civilly. But that was not met with, it wasn't accepted. Because it was obvious to us even in many of these meetings, man, somehow these groups have to come to the table and find a way to do what's best for kids and not always be it juggernaut, is that the right phrase? Or loggerheads or whatever, in conflict. Okay. We saw all the certificates for the school. Are you aware of the difference between like the PD that these people got? I don't want to say these people, that's disrespectful, that these teachers received from the Montessori Institute in Cochiti versus actual Montessori training?
We're looking for an exhibit in the supplemental items.
You could also, if you want to, look on their website.
It's called Transparent Classroom. Right. Well, I don't know that Commissioner Carrillo wants the picture removed yet.
No, I wanted to have that picture up there for the duration, I think, of when I speak.
Okay, we have an
Well, then you
exhibit.
share. Go ahead and share.
Window into your, so this is part of the training process. It's the program that was used in the training in March. And it is reflective of the Montessori system that is being used in the classroom now.
So we've been made aware of the difference, and I've been made aware of the difference.
For the record, it's Exhibit 2A transparent classroom
Okay.
in the supplemental exhibits.
We were told, and I'm sure it's a matter of record, probably sometime last fall, that the school couldn't do any Montessori training because they couldn't afford it because it was $13,000 per teacher to be actually a Montessori certified teacher. And so I just want to point out the difference between 2 hours of professional development at the Digital Montessori Institute versus Montessori certified training. Because in my understanding, they are so significantly different. And we've heard the term again, and I'm sure it's on the record in fall our meetings. And actually when I brought this up, the board chair for the school kept using, in a way to correct me, saying, no, we're Montessori inspired. We're not a Montessori school. Like constantly correcting me in that way. It's like, no, your mission statement clearly says. And so I just want to make that point. It's like the charter, it was granted based on this being a Montessori school, not Montessori inspired. We're not adding a new spice palette to the education. This is an actual way curriculum and teaching is done. And it's not through 2 hours of PD, even though I appreciate the effort. Too little, too late on the Montessori training side, as far as I'm concerned.
If I may respond?
Of course.
As stated earlier during our presentation, the La Tierra Montessori, it accepts the charter contract with PEC and understands that if it wishes to be Montessori, if it wants to alter the way that it has been chartered, that it will need to continue that process.
I understand. Thank you for stating that. Let's see. Regarding the board, how many members right now are on the board for, or the governing council for, I know how many, I want it on the record.
On the record, there are 5 members.
And how many vacant seats are there?
Per the bylaws, none, because a minimum of 5 is required. However, a maximum of 9 is permitted.
So there could additionally be 4 more seats.
There could, and again, in the bylaws, those are to be filled at an annual meeting. And so they have geared up, in the discretion of the board, it can go up to 9, but those are filled only at an annual meeting. If there were a mid-year vacancy, it would be filled immediately. So let's say someone resigned tomorrow, it could be filled immediately. But filling open spots versus vacancies will occur at an annual meeting. And that's the basis for development of the application, publication of the election. Again, the governing council has heard the interest from the public forums of so many people that want to be engaged and help lead this organization. They are entertaining 9 full members at its lawyer speak. I see that I may have gotten into lawyer speak by saying entertaining. That's all dependent on having enough applicants.
Right, no, I get it.
And qualified applicants.
I get it. And who approves those applications? Who would approve those if they wanted to expand the board to 9 seats?
The board.
I have a very hard time believing that the board in its current makeup would do anything to have 4 people that might conflict, or even 3, that they would want to maintain their majority of 5. And in my experience being on the Santa Fe Public Schools board and just looking down at Albuquerque, oh my God, the idea of a 9-member board for a school with 100 kids. You have 9-member boards in this country for districts with 50,000 kids. So I just can't even imagine a meeting. That's just editorializing there. My big concern is the majority that would exist in maintaining a status quo.
Assuming the current 5 run for reelection.
They may have had enough, who knows?
And assuming that they're actually a 5-0 majority.
I understand. I'm just kind of picturing him playing this out. So in the same kind of vein that you had your "How do you eat an elephant" story, my story is much darker. And it's a story, I'll say, of spousal abuse that starts with, not that I know anyone that's going through this, it's just the steps. It's, it starts with a complaint being made. It ends up having anger management. Then people go to couples counseling, all the while someone's getting beaten up. And then someone's removed from the home. I'll never, ever, ever do this again. And then someone returns with conditions. I'll never do this again. And then someone's enrolled in a 12-step program to make amends and change their life and get the support they need. And all these things don't work. And then a restraining order is filed, step after step after step after step. Nothing changes. And then the last little bullet point I wrote is, this doesn't end well. And the reason I say that, and I know that's probably very exaggerated, but I see what's happened one step after another, more times, someone comes back, I'm in the ER with a black eye, and nothing changes. And, so I appreciate very much your presentation, Mr. Zamora, and I appreciate the intent of different people involved in wanting to take the school to another level. The biggest challenge I have also is it is April 20th. So we have to make a decision soon, because if we make any decision that drags on after May, people have to know where they're going to go to school. Parents have to know what they're going to do. And then we talk in this about, okay, we're going to have this playground stuff removed, maybe removed by the 30th of June, or things may be done by the middle of July. It's like, that's assuming there's another school year, but we can't, there's no more kick in the can, man. This is do or die time for all of us. And, I've gone through a lot of the material, and I appreciate the efforts that have been made, but sometimes there's enough isn't enough. And so I don't have any more questions. I'm sure that I might, after maybe piggybacking onto someone else that'll have questions, something will pop in my head. But that's it for now. Thank you for entertaining my dark elephant story.
Vice Chair Burt.
Thank you. I think my frustration is different than what I think my fellow commissioners have. So I actually have a little bit different opinion about where the school's at and how we got there. I think from the beginning, we've seen that this is systemic issues that have been present at the school. And I've only been on the commission for 2.5 years, and I've heard about issues that have been with this school well before I started on the commission. So I think this school has had a history of issues that have come up and maybe been remedied, maybe not. Maybe there are things that haven't even been looked at and to be remedied, and they've just been perpetuated at the school. I actually do see, when I was hearing Commissioner Carrillo talk about, the turnaround model did require schools to turn over the leadership at the school, because I believe this as a commissioner, as a parent, as a teacher, that the leadership, a school board, governing board, and the principal or superintendent, to me, you have those good in a school or school district, it's pretty much that the school and school district's going to be good as well. But what I see is that actually already started, that is what the governing board's intention was by turning over the head learner at that time, by seeing that there was issues. And that's what I feel like the turnaround was trying to get started at that time. And so I actually do have the same perspective that Mr. Zamora came up with of, I think the turnaround started and was met with a lot of resistance, a massive amount of resistance. Especially when the head learner was released and then rehired back at the school. I think it just created a lot of that. And this is what I've said from the very beginning, it's people problems, like lots and lots of people problems here. So I do think, and I will say from my time as chair last year and working with this school, I do think everything that came up, the governing board and the head learner, whether it was the first one or Miss Herrera, were like, okay, yeah, we're going to figure out a plan. Like, we're going to figure it out. I do think those plans have come short, have fallen short sometimes. But I think what my frustration is something pops up and we're like, okay, we need you guys to fix this. We found out you have a pre-K. You can't have a pre-K. So they go back, they remove the okay, we got that, right? And so then we come to the next thing and then another issue pops up. So it's like, we have this like checklist of issues and like 10 things get checked off, but then 11 things get added after. And I think that's where my frustration has come with this process is, and that's why I think it also feels never ending. Like I'm concerned, this is where, because I do think I still don't think the corrective action plan that's proposed is quite where, I think if this was the original one that was proposed when we asked for one, maybe we could be in a different space today. And so I'm sad about that this wasn't the level to which we could have started the negotiations, because the one that was proposed to us was really, really, really not good. I mean, it just really was a really poor cap to be proposing. And that's why for me at that time, I was like, I don't even know where to start. Like, I don't even know where to start. Like, we shouldn't have to rewrite a whole thing. Like, we should be able to just like nitpick, right? Like, well, let's add some dates. Let's do that, but for me, it felt like overwhelming. Like, we're just gonna have to start from scratch with this. So my concern is, I already think that this is the cap right here doesn't address all the concerns that are now present again, right? There's more things that have come up. There's more financial things that have been uncovered by the governing board, by Ms. Herrera, that were historical, but they're present now again, right? Like there's financial concerns that happened in the past that need to be addressed. That's not addressed in here, right? Like, how do we ensure something like that doesn't happen again? I mean, there's just I feel like that's my frustration, is I actually do think I have a different opinion about us giving direction to the school. And I do think the school received it. And we had volunteer governing board members being founded, by their constituents, which that's part of the job as well. And I do wish that a lot of the relationship building could have gone differently during this last school year as well. And I think ideally everyone who's in these leadership positions probably could reflect back and be like, maybe we could have done things a little differently, but we are where we are. My concern is continuing the school. I mean, I actually do think this, like the corrective action process is what this school needed. I believe that from the beginning when we started it. This is what it's there for. We're supposed to be identifying these things. The schools, they have the support from CSD, the guidance, the oversight is a little bit heavier, and let's get them right back on track. Like, let's get them on track. My concern is it feels so heavily dependent on Ms. Herrera sticking to and following through. And I mean, I don't know if I should say this in this form, but I don't know if I would do it. I don't know if I'd re-sign my contract. Like after this school year, I don't know if that's something, I don't know if I'd be trying to find a different job. And I'm so concerned about the turnover at the school and not having consistency. And because I think we got our hopes up every time, like, okay, now they got someone, now it's going to be consistent. And then we have the turnover, right? And then, okay, now they're going to have, they hired someone who's special ed certified, and they're going to come in and take that off. And then they leave the job a couple weeks later, right? And so that's what my concern continually is you do have to, I mean, turnaround is difficult. And I do think this school probably has been on a turnaround path or needed for a while. And it's difficult. And you do have to have the buy-in of your community. And I just am not super confident about if the community is really going to support the turnaround of this school. So these are my, that's obviously didn't ask any questions yet, but I do have questions. One of my concerns that I had was we have the PEC, we have a mission goal that we are very clear the school was supposed to be deploying throughout this school year. You know, we didn't know that there was a discrepancy between what the school knew or the governing board knew and then what we knew until later on. And I know that that's an issue that's been looked at by the governing board, and the solution was to propose some different mission goals that would be more aligned to what the work is already doing. And I don't think that's the direction I really support in the school. I actually think that, you know, I think it's more about process than it is about what it was, because I think you do have mission goals in place. My expectation would be that I want to see progress on those mission goals this year. And if you want to change mission goals, fine, but it probably wouldn't even go into effect until next year anyway. You know, even proposing mission goals, even if they were proposed in, I think, February, maybe, it's too late to change them halfway through your school year. So they wouldn't even be in effect until the next year anyway. So I still feel like this school is not showing us evidence of their mission goals right now. Like there should be some, like that should be a focus. Like, okay, we have these 2 mission goals in place. We want to change them. Great. That's down the road. Like that's down the road. But I think there's this like tunnel vision on like, we need to change our mission goals. They're not aligned. And so that's what we need to focus on, is changing the mission goals instead of, let's figure out these mission goals this year. Let's do the best we can. Let's go to the PEC, see what it like, if there's a better way to do this. And next year we'll course correct there. And that's something that I don't know if there's anywhere in which we can, I mean, that's something I've asked about from the school for a couple, like actually since the fall, probably. It's like, what are you doing on your mission goals that are set? They were signed on, they're in your contract, they're in your performance rate. What does that look like right now? So I don't know if there's anything, I don't think there's anything about it in the documents, but just in case.
In Exhibit 5C, entitled Mission Specific Goals, we do have the cover page of the, actually, we do have the mission specific goals that were submitted on February 13th of 2023. And that, so we were showing progress to that this school year in line for, in time for the school year. And as part of that is conducting the trainings. We've been working towards our mission specific goals that were submitted on the 13th of February.
So I think my question is, there are mission goals in place right now. Let's say these may not even get approved. So what is happening with the mission goals that are there right now? That's part of the contract and they should be followed.
Commissioner Burt, you're correct. We have not received approval of those yet. So the mission specific goals of record are the mission specific goals of record. The contract of record is the contract of record.
Yeah. So, and that's the discussion that I brought up last fall, was the hypothetical new goals. Like that's a parallel track. Like they're 2 separate things. What I've been wanting to see as an authorizer is, how are you doing those mission goals, the ones that are in place? How are those being fulfilled right now? And I think from my understanding is they're just not right now, that they're just not being fulfilled, or we've asked for evidence of it, of like, well, what are you like show that you're doing something with it. And I think that, like I said, it's just been like this tunnel vision of, we have to change them. We have to change them. We have to change them, instead of, okay, let's follow our contract now. And so that's once again, one of those things where I'm like, when we look at, are they fulfilling their contract? My concern is like, it's an obvious no, because they're not doing their mission goals as agreed to in the contract.
If I may have a moment.
Sure.
As long
Yeah.
as she's opened the door, can we have a moment?
You know what, let's take a 10-minute break and we'll come back. Mr. Zamora, so we'll take a 10-minute break to give you a chance to, and we'll take a bio break as well.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Let's come back together. It's 3:22. I was just, yeah. We're back. I think Mr. Zamora, you had the floor. You were researching a item that was going to clarify a question from Vice Chair Burt, I believe.
Vice Chair Burke, although we didn't provide evidence in 5C, per the head learner, they continue to make progress in monitoring and testing toward the existing mission-specific goals.
Okay, so I think this is just it's gonna feel, or I hope it feels like the same theme of questions, because the way I've tried to like really take my understanding of what the schools really needs and the support it needs is, to me, always just comes back to like what's in black and white, what's in the contract. And I try to like take out all the noise around it and just, is it being followed and implemented or not? So one of the other things that, and then we always have the additions. That's once again, like we always have these additional things. So the next thing I wanted to, I guess one of the other concerns I have, which there's no narrative around it, it's just me looking at the report, is the iStation reports that were given to us. There's an executive summary and an executive report. And once again, when I think about like, okay, well, we haven't put academics in a concern before because we really haven't had data in a long time. And I don't know if this is data I would want to like take action on, but it does concern me about the idea that, you know, not a single second grader, there's not a single second grader at La Tierra Montessori that is anywhere near proficient in reading. There's not a single third grader at La Tierra Montessori. There's not one kid in that school who's near proficiency in math in third grade. And those, I know these are going to be hard numbers that La Tierra and their teachers, I'm sure, are looking at this and not feeling great about it. But once again, I'm concerned about having to add on, you know, when state results come out, like what does that look like for La Tierra? Because when I'm looking at the growth over time, if I go down further in the report, you know, they have the beginning of year to end of year or middle of year trends, and some of them actually go down across the year. Many of them are just kind of flatline. And to me, once again, this is for me as a former teacher, as a mom, to me, this is a direct impact of the noise around the people fighting and how it's impacting students. Like, you know, for me, I'm like, and I said it to the school, I said it to the families back then, like, this is an adult thing. This is an adult problem. This is, and you guys need to come together. I still think that actually the governing board turning over might have been the best thing for the school, because now they're uncovering things that weren't really seen for the past who knows how many years. They're looking at them and they're bringing them to the PEC. I mean, that's the other thing, is like they're actually taking like they're telling on themselves like no one's trying to keep it a secret that like, yeah, we found this out now. And now we found this out, and now there's this, and now there's this, and we're finding this. And so I actually think like, I don't know if it's the governing board and the head learner that needs to be like re-looking at it, but all the people around them, the teachers who were coming in late, but now have to add a schedule to tell them that they need to be to work on time. Like that to me is the bigger problem. And if there's like a normalcy of not having quality teaching and learning and education happening at the school, that's been the culture for who knows how long. And now it's trying to be turned around and there's getting a bunch of friction because of it. Like, I don't know how to solve that. That's my concern. I don't know how to solve it. And so I'm more concerned about how is it impacting the kids? If there's all this like adults bickering at each other, things happening, people don't want to change, people don't want to follow new procedures, people don't want to listen to a new governing board president say that this is how we need to move in this direction. That's fine. If the kids are proficient, if they're growing academically, I could overlook those things. Figure it out, fight with yourselves, whatever. The kids need to be served, and they are being. That would give me some hope to put a cap in place and let's figure out these adult issues and move on. But I think this is along the lines of what Commissioner Taylor said, there's a third grader that's there right now who is in red on iStation this year. I mean, and they didn't grow. They got worse. Like over the course of the year, first grade went down in iStation in reading. Second grade flatline, third grade flat. Like there's not growth happening at this school for the students. And so it's hard to overlook some of the things that are in the cap, because a lot of those I think are systemic old issues that adults have been neglectful of pieces of the school. People, whoever put in that playground, however many years ago, didn't follow the right process. Like they just didn't do it the right way. They didn't follow it. And now someone has to come in and do it the right way. Whoever built those pallet, I almost said dog houses, but that's rude. Like whoever built those was neglectful. Like that was inappropriate. That was not okay. And now they have to come and get removed. And you have to, you have to take away from other people's neglect and do things right now. But what I struggle with is having kids continue at this school and be continually underserved because of the adults. And so, what is the school open to more things being added to the cap that haven't been listed that we're finding out now? Because there's a fiscal audit that came out with a massive amount of audit findings that is not addressed in this cap now either, right? So what are we going to do about the new things that are coming up? If we were going to, I mean, we've had a struggle to get, and I mean, I would say some of these things in the cap right now are kind of, it really is just like, just fix it, right? Like a lot of it, like just get rid of the debris or get rid of the books up there or get it, like they're not like these major things, but it's like death by a million paper cuts, right? Like it's just these little things that pile up over the course of a decade, right? Like someone started putting books up on a shelf over here 8 years ago and they just kept adding to it and then it kind of collects. Those are all things like, I mean, I do feel like those can those get fixed? Yeah, I mean, I do. But with the financial audit and the fiscal problems that the school's having, does the school have the money to be able to fix those capital, the ones that all had capital on them, and then any future things that are coming up? I mean, I know the financial struggles with the school is also a part of the issues at the school. So how is the school planning on addressing the items that were not a part of our revocation letter, but keep popping up since then?
Chair Brower, Commissioner Burke. There's a lot to unpack.
I know, I'm sorry. I tend to talk way too long before I ask a question, so I'm sorry.
No, it was all meaningful and it was all important. I think where I want to start from is from the proposed cap. And number one, that we're not opposed to edits to it. We're not opposed to, in light of some of your comments, some of Commissioner Carrillo's comments, less amorphous, more direct. Timeframes. I think there are things, it's a balance of saying the parking lot's going to be paved and striped in June, and we agree to that and we find out none of the contractors can do it till July. So there's a level of flexibility to recognize the intent. So I think number one, as far as the proposed cap, La Tierra is open to wordsmithing that with the PEC or PEC representatives, of course, the charter school division, to tighten this up. In many ways, I see a cap almost as a settlement agreement, meaning it can be negotiated. And when you negotiate, maybe you can go outside some parameters. So when you talk about, does La Tierra have an issue considering adding things to a cap as part of negotiation? That's one thing, and I think that's part of how we get to a solution, right? I think if the question were, hey, do you mind if we add a couple of things so that we can consider revocation on those new issues? No, we'd have difficulty with that. I did want to give you the right analogy. You were almost there. Whack-a-mole. Sometimes it's a little bit like playing whack-a-mole. But I think we've got a head learner that's doing her best to identify the issues. I also want to thank you, Commissioner Burt, for acknowledging the transparency from the school. I think for the exhibit on testing, we could have just had a cover page that said you tested on this date, right? But we provided the testing. There's a lot. There's a lot to work on. I think the hard part about this is the school community cares. The parents care. They want to see the improvement. In addition to the grades and comprehension issues, what's also important is that they fit in here and didn't fit in elsewhere. So I appreciate your questions in the context of how do we get to a cap that gives La Tierra an opportunity to provide success for their students, and La Tierra is open to that.
Yeah, and I'll also say, I mean, I'm very grateful for, I would say in general, charter communities are fortunate to have families who are choosing the school and so inherently are more involved with education choices than the average traditional school family might be. And so I don't expect anything less than, the amount of support that the La Tierra families have, and we want this school to be better. We want to keep it. Like, we'll do anything we can to keep it. Give it to us. We'll keep, even to that level of extremity. But I do think it's, and I'm once again, my concern is, I think there is a head learner that wants to have all this list, and I imagine it's a lot of, you have a list to start the day and you cross a bunch off and then you ended up with more on your list at the end of the day. And I know it's a lot day over day to do that, consistently and constantly. And so I'm just wondering if there's the support below Ms. Herrera to keep doing that and to actually make progress and do it. I mean, because I do think you need the families to also be in the same, like everyone does need to get on the same page and be able to move forward. And I'm worried about if the teachers under Ms. Herrera are the right teachers to turn the school around. And if the communication with the families, I mean, there is a lot of communication from that messenger. I saw the pages and pages of messages that go out to the families. But I think those informal communications are probably even more important. The saying, you know, the pickup and drop off times, having the communication there with families, and how Ms. Herrera is engaging with the families there, how the teachers are engaging with families outside of the messenger is going to build that culture more than, you know, hey, we're having governing board meeting, which I appreciate that you're always showing. I never know when my kids' governing board meetings are. I'd have to go look. So the fact that even that's going out to the families is communication. But I think when I hear families saying we're not getting communication, it's not those formal pieces, right? It's those in between times that once again, I think is like, it's one of those intangible pieces that I don't know if we could put into a cap to get fixed, but it's this massive core part of turning a school, like of a turnaround portion of a school. So I guess how can the school commit at this time today that they have the right people in place, both in the administrative level and in the teacher level, to follow through with all these things?
Commissioner Burt, I think that is hard for any school to commit in crisis or in perfection. In a public school system, I think it's hard to make that commitment that although during the break, I did get a note that said, I am from head learner at ETA, I'm working hard. I'm dedicated to this. I wouldn't be sitting here today if it wasn't my intent to be here next year. But with the rest of the administrators, with the teachers, to understand that commitment. I think I addressed it earlier with Commissioner Taylor that there's culture change, and there are some that are able to adapt, and there's some that aren't. And I think it's got to be a management willingness to create a culture, to build a culture, not create, build a culture, and be able to say, this person's adapting, and also be able to say, thank you for your service, but there's another place for you. That's hard to predict. In a strange way, it feels a little bit like negotiating out in public, but there's some brainstorming. And if you're asking for ideas off the top of my head, I think there is a way to incorporate into the CAP something along the line of board work sessions dedicated to the CAP on a monthly or quarterly basis with the community, so that there's input, there's buy-in, hopefully, and there are progress reports to the community. So that is one thought. And another thought I have, but I'm, again, just speaking in the spirit of trying to help identify solutions for you. It's nothing I've discussed with the client. I couldn't tell you the finances, but I do think there is a possibility of the need for a contracted project manager dedicated to the CAP. Number one, shouldn't be the lawyers. It's a little bit expensive. And it's not, I'm not saying that's what it is, but preparation for a hearing, the lawyers are project managers to put 120 progress exhibits together. That's a lot. the amount of work that Ms. Adetta and her staff have done to prepare for this hearing is almost paralyzing. And I think there might just need to be some dedicated help through contracted project management. And I've seen schools implement that. I've seen districts implement that, but it's got to work with the finances, of course.
Thanks for that. Okay, I guess, yeah, I'm just so conflicted. I actually, because I really, really believed, last fall that like we could make progress in this school year. I just genuinely thought, I really believed, I'm like, I think it's gonna happen. And I do think the things that were listed, the head learners moved up to 1 FTE. Great, like there has been things, the Montessori train, like even just getting those 2 hours of training in, I mean, $1,000, it's not, that's not, that could have been done a long time ago, like that, it's like those kind of things that are like, okay, it's like, it's finally happening, but it does, I guess it doesn't matter why. If it did, it was because, oh, they got to the point of revocation. So now, we really have to do this. I guess it doesn't matter because unless the like implementing a cap, if it doesn't really help, it like required a revocation hearing because the caps didn't really do much. But I also just think we haven't, I don't know if we've really had the cap that we've had just wasn't, we didn't have like the dates, we didn't have all these proposals, just didn't, they weren't concrete enough. But the things that were, and that CSD followed up with, did get remedied during that time. So it does make me hopeful that we could, like if we were to do it, like the most intensive, massive cap I could imagine, that included, I mean, I feel like it would touch on like every little aspect of the school, and it feels overwhelming to manage that much of the school. Like if it was a couple things, okay, but it feels like it just touches on every aspect of the school, and it's concerning.
Commissioner Burt, you also mentioned, as I've mentioned in some of my presentation, adult issues versus student issues. One of the proposals in the CAP is additional board training throughout the year. There are several sources, however, examples of training that we do. Open Meetings Act, right? We've seen that in some of these concern documents. Open Meetings Act, conformance with IPRA, the Governmental Conduct Act, which we're seeing would have been nice to have training to staff and board on Governmental Conduct Act. But in addition, my law partner, Tony, does an excellent training on the traits of successful boards. And, this is my first rodeo. I've worked with enough groups that sometimes they need a little bit of help. And when the board's getting along and the board's productive and they get along with the community, the classroom succeeds. And when that doesn't happen, whether or not the classroom succeeds is irrelevant because the community thinks it's not. So I think some of these things, look, I think the current board has done, has worked as hard as they can. But each year, you try and improve. You learn a little bit from the previous year and you implement techniques. So that's part of why that's proposed in there, is to help the adults deal with the adult issues.
Yeah, I remember when we, I mean, I don't have any more questions. This is probably just last thing I'll say is, I just, Espanola doesn't have an enormous amount of options for these students to go to if they don't have this as a school option. And that makes it more challenging for me because I feel like if this school was located in a more urban area and the kids had many options of where else to go, I feel like it would actually make my decision easier. But I struggle with thinking of the students and the families who entrusted their students at this school and who believe in the Montessori name. They feel like they're putting their students in the best place possible. And I don't think that this school has succeeded in its promise to its families. I am always of the mindset of, if you're not going to provide a better environment than the traditional school is, then you shouldn't be an option. And so I think I'm going to struggle with that a little bit. And I do think that's where, like I said, I do try to keep to the black and white in the contract. And I don't really consider I don't consider a lot of hearsay when I hear it, but I think of the location of this and the community that came to support the renewal and how grateful they are to have a free Montessori public school in the community. And it really is upsetting to me to even be at this space where there's a possibility there's no longer that option for them. And it's not because the community doesn't want it. It's because they're not fulfilling their promise to the community. So that's all I have, Chair Brower.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Ingham.
Yeah, I'm gonna say I'm kind of a simple guy, but I didn't hear the answer to Becca's question, and that is, can the school afford it? I am a very simple guy. I heard from the school they couldn't afford Montessori training. They couldn't afford having a full-time head learner. They couldn't afford. And now we're gonna have a massive influx of costs. I happen to know how much it costs for a certified playground. Install a lot of them. It's not cheap. I see all sorts of facility issues. Paving's not cheap. I'm gonna say providing a project manager. I'm not cheap. That's what I do. I'm just gonna say you're talking about a lot of money. Honey, we need, I don't know, you said something about House Bill 33 money. I don't know about your funding sources or the school's funding sources. I don't know if you do. But all I'm gonna say is all these ideas and CAP are all things that cost money. And if you were already struggling for money before, you can sign an agreement with the Pueblo to do the maintenance. What's that gonna do? They're gonna raise your rates. They have to increase. They're not gonna do that for free. How are we gonna, how do we expect to finance all this improvements, even if we were successful in dealing with the adult problems? How are we gonna finance the facility issues? Thank you.
Commissioner Creo.
I think Commissioner Ingham, he says he's a simple guy, but he's not. We've had lunch together. He's very complex. But he had asked the question, how are we, so I'm not asking rhetorically, how are you going to fund everything?
That's a good question that I'm not prepared to answer today.
Okay.
I think it's, as we progress through this and our options, what is Say Corporation covering? How are we renegotiating a lease? I mean, the benefit of having your landlord make improvements is that it can be amortized, right? If the school makes it, they pay it today. But the landlord can recover it over a term of years, 5, 10, 15 years. And so I think that may even be part of a negotiated cap for understanding in by X date, the financing to accomplish the things in the cap.
I understand, and it would seem to be in their interest to maintain the property, to at least maintain its value as it is right now. The question I had relates to, well, there's two. Willingness only because, oh, I wrote this down, willingness only because it's the 11th hour. Like the willingness to do all of these things right now because we're at, you know, we're at the cliff, the 11th hour. So now there's this willingness to negotiate more things and everything in the cap. Thank you, Commissioner Burt, for the questions and kind of the focus on education. I would imagine in that dark home that I described, the kids probably weren't doing very well in school. I mean, when you have adults fighting all around you and the noise is just horrible all around you, and the kids feel conflict, conflict among parents, conflict between, you know, board members or teachers and parents, they feel all that stuff. And so I can see how that could have a drastic effect on their performance. Those numbers, and I remember the one number where I just didn't literally fall out of my chair because then I wouldn't be using the word literally correctly. But my jaw did drop, the early literacy at 5%. Wow, I mean, that was stunning, stunningly horrible. What's interesting, because we hear from parents a lot, well, I'll get to that. I looked up transparent classroom because that came up and you brought it up. And transparent classroom is not a teaching tool. It's not Montessori education. It's a record-keeping program. So it's that's used within Montessori, not Montessori texts or Montessori classroom instruction or curricula or anything like that. That's my understanding from just looking this up, a transparent classroom up. In hearing from parents, because they talk so favorably often about the school, I'm remembering, and Mr. Zamora, you remember this as well. It's like when we used to do the 360 surveys at Santa Fe Public School, you know, it could be a school that I won't name that may have been a D school forever, right? And their scores are just always really horrible. But everyone there is happy. They love their school. They love their principal. They love their parent group. Their kids are happy. And they love their little school, but the district sucks. I mean, that would often come back. The district's the problem. Our little school's great. And everyone loves their little school, mostly, right? And just it's because it's their little school. It's their playmates. For parents, it sometimes becomes their social group. But that, when we look at the academics of the school, that can't be, I don't think, a reason to keep going, because ultimately because if we're talking about kids, right? We're always, even when we were talking about renewals and renewals with conditions, we're always talking about, oh my God, so if we do this, this is another year or another 2 years. And if they don't meet the conditions of their renewal, that's 2 more years that this kid is lost of quality education. So by the time maybe they're leaving their elementary, going into middle, they're going into 6th grade and they're at a 4th grade level because we gave a school 2 years of conditions to try to lift themselves up by the bootstraps. So it's hard when we're making these decisions for another school year and another one after. And it's daunting. And I agree with Commissioner Burt. It's a daunting decision, but, and you've heard me say this a million times, Mr. Zamora, it's all about the kids. And, Frank Montano, bless his heart, he was a councilman and also a board member for years and years and years in Santa Fe. He said at the end of when questions came up and at the end of meetings, like, what did I do for kids today? That was always definitively what he was asking. And so that's going to weigh heavily into how I approach decision-making relative to today. What am I doing for kids today? Yeah, that's all for now.
Commissioner Taylor?
So, Mr. Winger, you've had a lot of,
I'm here.
yes, I'm glad. I don't know if this is even really an appropriate question or not for you, but I'll ask it. And if it's not an appropriate question, you don't have to answer. But have you heard anything presented today in the evidence and in the questions that makes you think the PEC should change their position on the revocation?
Yeah, so I will tell you that as I interpret your question, you're probably asking me to testify or at least to give some opinion as to what's been presented. So I can't do that. But what I can tell you is that I think that the PEC, this commission is faced with a choice. I think that the commission can elect to move forward and revoke the school's charter. I think there's also been a very compelling argument made for the discussion or further discussions of alternatives to revocation. And I would leave it at that.
Thank you, Commissioner Taylor. I just want to say that what you just asked, Mr. I can't think of it. Winger, sorry. I was going to say Winkler, and I knew that wasn't right. What you just that's our job right now. You know, that's on our shoulders.
No, I understand that.
And yeah, and I know where you were going with that, and we'll get extensive time in the next part of our agenda to make that decision. Given the time that we have, I know we've been here for a while. I want to encourage our commission, if we have any last remarks or questions, I would love for us to focus on questions and not remarks. Our remarks are much longer than our questions, and there's still closing arguments that need to be made. There's a few thoughts that I have that I want to share, and then we'll move into our next item as we discuss a potential decision as well. And so if you all have things that you want to share, we'll kind of do another quick round here if you have some items to share, but I do want to make sure that we're able to move forward with our agenda, but also be effective and efficient with what we need to do today. Commissioner Gibson, then Commissioner Manus.
Yeah, I'll try to make this brief. I think for me, one of the more compelling pieces was that last piece, the environmental, I'm going to say impact, but it was an impact. Health and safety or health. So that, and I know they weren't educational experts that came in, but to me, it was a statement of a promise not fulfilled when they put in there that they don't see how the school has been able to operate on tribal lands and has been operating. To me, that's a statement that, the school has not been fulfilling its promise on those tribal lands. And it raised a new concern about, are the kids doing all their instruction online? That was worrisome to me when I read that, because that's not something that but I think it has to do with staffing concerns, potentially. And, the observations that were made, children running amok, and it doesn't appear that there's any administrative oversight. That's worrisome to me. And I'm just going to say, I appreciate the school coming forward with the cap at this moment in time. And I know there was a lot of work that was put into it. I will acknowledge that. But as I said before, this is the third or fourth iteration of a cap that we've seen. And when it was first, a cap potentially was going to come forward to us, and Commissioner Burt made reference to that first cap, and it was such a mess. That was the Governance Council that said, we saw your template and we just didn't like it. So they proposed this cap that didn't follow the guidelines and trust the charter school division and the commission that's been at this for a long time on what best serves a corrective action plan. But the governance council flat out refused and said, we didn't like that. So we went ahead with proposing this. This is where my concern is, that this entity doesn't have capacity to move forward with fidelity to anything. So I think anything else I have to say will probably come in further remarks.
Commissioner Manus, then Commissioner Ingham.
Thank you. And while I haven't spoke much during the hearing today, I share many of the same concerns that the other commissioners have already brought up. So I'm not going to rehash some of those issues. One of the things that concern me, and it's what I've brought up in previous meetings, is the notion of the Montessori training. And one question that why it came up was a comment that I'd made was the notion of intent versus action. And it appeared to me, looking through the email correspondence between the Indigenous Montessori Institute, that the training could have started much earlier, but the ball had been dropped at several points in time. Especially there was about a 2-month lag between the initial correspondence between Mr. Casados and the pretty much immediate response from Povey, if I'm saying that correctly. And it just seemed to me that these priorities weren't being prioritized. The training, it really wasn't a priority for them. So why was there such a lack of correspondence or really priority to take on some of these things that we had really mentioned as key concerns for us up to February, March timeframe?
Commissioner, thank you for the question. I'll address it in 2 points. First, from discussions with head learner Edetta, the training group is popular, for lack of a better way to describe it, and the scheduling is at least 2 to 3 months out. And so I don't want it to be perceived that that the district, the school called them up. Hey, we need training next week, so we can mark that off prior to the hearing. It takes months of advance scheduling. I think also, Commissioner, that you point something out that I've been meaning to point out even since public comment, and that is clarification of the roles, and that's also part of the training. The governing council members, have roles as governing council members, and head learners have roles as head learners, and sometimes when that gets confused, it can cause some delays. So training, professional development, those are head learner roles. And as the head learner took on the roles, the trainings got scheduled. Now, in any small community, in any small educational community, sure, our governing council is going to have expertise. They're going to have contacts. They're going to know people to work with. Commissioner Ingham, is someone that's going to know exactly who should be installing playgrounds. But at the same time, it shouldn't be Commissioner Ingham's role, if he were on the governing council, to be implementing a playground. So it's part of that. I think to answer the question of what takes so long, I think it's getting the right assignments to the right roles, reinforcing that with training like we've talked about this weekend. The thing I want to address is, and we heard this a lot during the public forum comment, I'm not sure the community also understands the difference in roles between the head learner and the governing council. Because there were comments that were made about the governing council's failure to do the operations the way that the commenter wanted them. Well, the operational obligations are the head learners. And yes, there was a hiccup at the beginning of the year with the initial selected head learner. And I want to thank Commissioner Burt for pointing out that changes in head learners is showing the need to change. So a couple months were lost prior to head learner Edetta coming on. But I think what's speeding things up is a coalescence of her team and the partners around the table, including our firm, to get things moving. And that takes months in any organization. And she's doing that at 4.5 months.
Thank you, Commissioner Manus. Commissioner Ingham, and then any final commissioners.
Okay, I just want to say I am a simple guy. I don't even know what a rhetorical question is. Okay, I'm just going to say it was not a rhetorical question. The point I'm making is any cap has a cost associated with it. And for you, I'm sorry, to say I'm not prepared to address that in this situation where we're about ready to make a decision that is, I mean, we're here. And without even, by telling me that they haven't even considered where all that money is going to come from, tells me you have no idea how you're going to make this work. And so for me, that's a really bad thing. Come from a project management standpoint, part of a corrective action plan is how you're going to pay for it. So with you coming here and say you're not prepared to respond to that question, gives me no confidence. I'm sorry.
Commissioner Ingham, thank you for the feedback. I think you've pointed out a weakness in one weakness in an otherwise strong stipulation to today's hearing. We had listed Mike Vigil, CEO of the Vigil Group, who provides the business office services. He's listed as a witness. And had I thought through to your question, right? Maybe I wouldn't have stipulated that we weren't calling witnesses today, so that we can handle those questions that weren't accounted for. That said, I have proposed a solution to that in adding that to the cap, which is identifying the finances and coming to the conclusion whether or not that can be funded. So I do apologize that I didn't foresee your question when stipulating to no witnesses. But that said, I've proposed a solution to that.
It's a critical issue for us to make that decision today.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gibson, then Commissioner Carrillo.
Yeah, going back to the environmental report that was submitted, there was an indication that there were 4 staff members that the school had. So can you just